17-year-old Belle Parker sat in that courtroom like the whole thing was a joke, while Elena Torres's mother stood trembling, barely able to say her daughter's name out loud. Belle leaned back, smirked, and actually laughed. A 19-year-old girl was dead and buried, and the person who put her there was entertained by her mother's tears. She thought her age made her untouchable. She thought deleting a few files meant the truth was gone forever, but sitting in the back row of that same courtroom was Belle's own sister, holding an envelope that contained every word Belle thought she had erased. The cloud never forgot, and neither did Madison. Stories like this remind us that justice always finds its way. If you believe in accountability, subscribe now and share your thoughts below. This is how it all began. Now, 17-year-old Belle Parker walked into courtroom 4 on a Tuesday morning in September, looking like someone who had already decided how the day was going to end. She wore a cream blouse that her defense attorney had probably picked out, hair pulled back just loosely enough to look natural. Eyes cast slightly downward as she moved past the gallery. Everything about her appearance had been calculated to communicate one thing to the jury. I am a child, not a killer. And on the surface, it worked. People in the gallery whispered. Some of them frowned, not at her, but at the charge itself, as if the very idea of a 17-year-old sitting at a murder defense table was proof enough that something must have gone wrong with the investigation. But courtrooms are not just about appearances. They are about accumulation. In every detail adds to every other detail until the picture becomes impossible to unsee. And the first detail that mattered on that Tuesday morning was not what Belle wore, or how she walked, or how carefully she arranged her expression as she took her seat. The first detail that mattered was the Torres family on the other side of the room. Maribel Torres, Elena's mother, wore a dark blouse and carried a folded statement she had rewritten 4 times because she kept running out of words. Roberto Torres, Elena's father, sat beside her with the particular stillness of a man who had made himself a promise about composure. And Sophia, 16 years old, sat at the end of the row, holding a photograph of her sister that showed Elena laughing at something outside the frame. The courtroom settled into the procedural quiet that always precedes impact statements. Judge Evelyn Hart adjusted her glasses and asked if the family was ready to speak. Maribel nodded and stood. She unfolded her paper slowly, as if the words inside might scatter if she moved too fast. And then she began to speak her daughter's name, Elena Marie Torres. She said it the way mothers say names that have become inseparable from grief. Rough at the edges, tender at the center, carrying the full weight of every ordinary moment that name used to belong to. The gallery went completely silent. Even the court reporter seemed to slow down. And then Belle Parker leaned back in her chair and laughed. It was not loud. It was the kind of sound that lives at the edge of a smirk, a small exhale of contempt, so automatic the person producing it does not even register it consciously. But in a silent courtroom where a mother is struggling to say her dead child's name, that sound travels everywhere. Maribel stopped mid-sentence. Her eyes lifted from the paper and found Belle's face. Roberto's jaw tightened so visibly that the court officer near him shifted his weight. Sophia lowered the photograph to her lap and looked at Belle with an expression that had no theatrics in it. No tears, only the flat, clear recognition of someone who had always known exactly what kind of person she was looking at. Judge Hart looked up from her notes and said nothing, but she did not look away. What makes that moment so morally unbearable is the arithmetic of it. One teenager is dead. Elena Torres was 19 years old. She worked morning shifts at a neighborhood bakery, brought home unsold pastries because she hated waste, helped her little sister with algebra at the kitchen table, and texted her mother every time she got off work, so Maribel would not worry. She had a cracked phone case she kept meaning to replace, and hair ties perpetually wrapped around her wrist. She was not remarkable in the way headlines require. She was simply alive in all the small, irreplaceable ways that matter most, and then she was not, because someone lured her to a dark overlook near an old reservoir and made sure she would never speak again. And the person responsible was currently leaning back in a courtroom chair, making a sound that said she found all of this mildly tedious. In the back row, Madison Parker had heard it. She was 22, Brielle's older sister, and she sat alone, separated from the Parker parents by 4 seats she had deliberately left empty. She was not there to support her sister's defense. She had not told her parents that. She sat rigid and pale, gripping a sealed evidence envelope in both hands, and when Brielle laughed, Madison closed her eyes for exactly 3 seconds before opening them again. The envelope in her lap contained a printed backup log, extracted file metadata, a draft text message, a deleted note with instructions written in Brielle's own shorthand, and a 9-second voice memo that Brielle had recorded less than 1 hour before Elena Torres died. Brielle had deleted all of it. She had been thorough, or so she believed. What Brielle did not know was that weeks before the murder, she had borrowed an old family tablet to free up storage on her own phone. She had logged into her cloud account on that tablet and never logged out. The account auto-synced, deleted files refreshed in a recovery folder, voice memos backed up, draft notes preserved themselves. The household cloud had quietly cataloged every piece of digital thinking Brielle tried to erase, and the tablet sat in a kitchen drawer charging on a cycle nobody monitored until Madison, looking for something else entirely, noticed the sync history was active and the recently deleted folder was full. Brielle had staged a crime scene. She had wiped her shoes with bleach, dumped a phone, and driven home in the dark. But she had not thought about the tablet. Arrogance almost never accounts for the ordinary things. Judge Hart still had not spoken about the laugh. She was writing something on the notepad in front of her, and the angle of her pen suggested focus rather than routine notation. 22 years on the bench had given her an almost clinical ability to separate performance from reality, and what she had just seen from Brielle Parker registered not as youthful insensitivity, but as something more deliberate, something that would need to be remembered. She set her pen down and looked at Brielle steadily for a moment before nodding at Maribel Torres to continue. Maribel drew a breath and found her place in the paper again, and this time her voice was steadier, because grief, when it is witnessed and validated, sometimes firms up into something that looks almost like strength. Sophia watched her mother read and gripped the photograph harder. In it, shot Elena was caught mid-laugh at a birthday party 2 summers ago, head tilted back slightly, eyes crinkled at the corners in the way they did when something genuinely struck her as funny rather than just polite. Sophia had chosen this photograph specifically because it showed Elena the way the family knew her, not the way the investigation had reduced her. Not the crime scene, not the evidence log, not the clinical language of a medical examiner's report. Just Elena, laughing, alive, belonging entirely to the world she had every right to keep living in. Sophia had carried that photograph to every hearing, every pre-trial motion, every procedural appearance, as if her job was to keep reminding the room that the case had a center, and the center was a person. Brielle did not look at Sophia. She had not looked at any member of the Torres family directly since the trial began. This was also deliberate and also coached, but it served a different purpose than the blouse or the downcast eyes. Looking at the victim's family means acknowledging that the victim existed in a way that costs the defendant something. Brielle was not prepared to pay that cost. She looked at the defense table, at her attorney, at the jury when strategy required it, and occasionally at the back of the room near the exit, as if she were keeping that option in her peripheral vision. She did not look at Maribel reading about how Elena's side of the bed still smelled like her shampoo. She did not look at Roberto describing how he still reached for his phone to call her when something good happened at work. And she did not look at Sophia. Who was watching her with the kind of steady, unblinking attention that should have felt like warning. Martin Keene, Brielle's defense attorney, was a careful and experienced man who understood that his client's greatest liability was not the evidence, at least not yet, but her own face. He had spent considerable time in the weeks before trial explaining to Belle that juries read defendants the way readers read books, constantly, involuntarily, looking for the emotional logic that confirms or complicates the story being told about them. He had told her that composure was her only real tool before the evidence phase, and that composure meant stillness, not performance, not confidence, not the small private laugh that had just escaped past all his coaching and landed in the room like a stone dropped in still water. He wrote one word on the legal pad between them without looking up. He underlined it twice. Belle read it, looked at the jury briefly, and rearranged her expression into something closer to neutral. Too late. Several jurors had already seen the laugh. Juror number 7, a woman in her late 30s who had come in without strong feelings either way, had stopped writing mid-note when it happened and had not resumed. Ada Celia Navarro, seated at the prosecution table with a carefully organized stack of folders, had also seen it. She had been watching Belle the way prosecutors watch defendants during victim impact statements, not for sympathy, but for data. What she saw confirmed what the case file had already suggested. Belle Parker was not a teenager who had made a catastrophic impulsive mistake and was now drowning in remorse. She was a teenager who had planned something with deliberate care and was now performing the minimum emotional requirements of a person who had not. That distinction mattered enormously in a first-degree murder trial. Intent is the hardest thing to prove and the easiest thing to feel in a room, and Belle had just handed the prosecution a gift that no forensic exhibit could quite replicate. The impact statements continued for another 40 minutes. A bakery co-worker spoke about Elena covering shifts without being asked. A community college classmate described studying with her in the library and how Elena always brought extra pens because she knew someone would forget theirs. And a neighbor talked about seeing Elena walk Sophia home from the bus stop even during stretches of bad weather when most older siblings would have sent a text instead. Each statement added texture to the portrait of a life that mattered in quiet, daily, irreplaceable ways. Belle sat through all of it with her hands folded on the table, her expression reset to the coached approximation of appropriate solemnity. But the laugh had already happened, and in courtroom 4 on that Tuesday morning in September, it had already done its work. Judge Hart called a 15-minute recess after the last statement concluded. The gallery began to murmur and shift. The Torres family remained seated, Maribel with her head bowed, Roberto's hand on her back. Belle leaned toward Keene and said something that made him glance sharply toward the gallery and then back at her with an expression that fell somewhere between professional patience and genuine concern. He answered her quietly, gestured once toward the jury box, and then turned away to review his notes. Belle sat back, looked toward the ceiling briefly, and exhaled through her nose in the particular way of someone who is confident in their own assessment of a situation everyone else is misreading. The confidence was not pretend. That was the most important thing to understand about her. She genuinely believed she was going to be fine. Madison, in the back row, watched Belle lean toward Keene and felt the familiar tightening in her chest that had been living there for 3 months. She had grown up with Belle. She knew that posture, that tilted chin, that exhale. It was the posture Belle used when she had already decided an argument was beneath her. Madison had seen it across dinner tables, in the back seat of cars, in the hallway outside their parents' room during fights that got too loud. She knew exactly what it meant, and exactly how wrong it was in this context, and exactly how long it had taken her to accept that the girl she had shared a childhood with was capable of what the evidence envelope in her hands described. 3 months of knowing. 3 months of opening the cloud backup, reading the files, closing the laptop, telling herself she needed more time. And then watching Belle laugh at Maribel Torres trying to say Elena's name. The recess buzzer sounded. People stood, stretched. I moved toward the exits in the shuffling, half-committed way of people who will be back in 15 minutes. Sophia remained in her seat, still holding the photograph. She was looking at the witness stand, though no one was currently sitting there, with the concentrated expression of someone rehearsing something. She was scheduled to testify later in the week, and she had been told by the prosecution what to expect from cross-examination. She had been told to answer only what was asked, to pause before responding, to look at the jury rather than at Belle. She had memorized all of it. But what no one had been able to fully prepare her for was the possibility of sitting in the same room as the person who killed her sister and watching that person find it funny. That preparation does not exist. You can only survive it. Outside in the corridor, reporters pressed questions at anyone who would answer. The Parker parents, Gerald and Diane, moved through quickly with their heads down, flanked by a family friend who kept one hand extended toward cameras as if that could stop them. They had not spoken publicly since Brielle's arrest. Gerald had released one written statement through Keene's office saying the family believed in Brielle's innocence and trusted the judicial process. Diane had not spoken at all. She had not spoken much to anyone, including Madison, since the night Madison had come to her with the tablet and what it contained. That conversation had lasted 4 minutes before Diane asked her to leave. It had not been repeated. The family had fractured along a fault line that had probably always been there, waiting for sufficient pressure. Back inside courtroom 4, before the gallery fully resettled, Detective Luis Romero stopped beside Ada Navarro's table and said something quietly, tilting a folder in her direction. She looked at the page, nodded, and added a note to her own stack. The fiber analysis from the FBI lab had come back with a stronger statement than expected. The white fleece thread recovered from Elena's rear bumper and the thread recovered from the trunk groove of Brielle's vehicle shared an identical manufacturing signature. Not similar, identical. The defense would argue secondary transfer, shared environment, reasonable contamination. But identical manufacturing signature was a difficult thing to explain away with coincidence alone, and Navarro would not need to argue it alone. She would have Madison first. Judge Hart returned to the bench precisely at the 15-minute mark, which everyone in the courthouse knew she always did. The gallery resettled. Brielle was guided back to her seat. She folded her hands again and looked toward the front of the room with the expression Keene had coached her toward. But in the back row, Madison Parker was also resettling, placing the sealed envelope on her knee, pressing her palm flat against it, the way a person presses a hand against something they are not yet ready to release, but are no longer willing to put down. She had made the decision before the recess. She had made it the moment Brielle laughed. She was going to walk into the ADA's office that evening and slide the envelope across the table and say she needed chain of custody documented from the first second. She was going to do it because Elena's mother had stood in this room and tried to say her daughter's name, and the person responsible had found it amusing. And Madison had decided, quietly and completely, that blood was not the same thing as truth, and she was no longer willing to pretend it was. The gavel came down softly as Judge Hart called the room back to order. Brielle straightened in her chair. She still believed the afternoon would go her way. She still believed the files were gone. She still believed that the version of events she had constructed would hold if she held it firmly enough. And across the room, Sophia Torres turned Elena's photograph face up on her knee, smoothed its edges with one finger, and waited for the trial that was going to prove her sister right about everything she had tried to warn them about. Beginning with the simple, devastating observation Elena had made at the kitchen table one ordinary evening, months before anyone understood how important it would become, that Brielle Parker was the kind of person who smiles while lying. The courtroom doors closed. The afternoon session began. And the envelope in Madison's lap sat still and heavy and full of the truth that Brielle Parker had tried to make disappear. Cedar Glen was the kind of neighborhood that looked exactly like safety was supposed to look. Trimmed lawns edged cleanly against sidewalks, porch lights clicking on automatically at dusk. On school buses, making the same stops in the same order every morning with the dependable rhythm of a place that had decided long ago that nothing dramatic would happen here. The houses were modest but cared for, the kind where people repainted shutters every few years and kept the gutters clear and waved at neighbors from driveways without needing to know their middle names. It was the kind of quiet that people move toward when they want their children to grow up feeling safe. It was also the kind of quiet that makes violence, when it finally arrives, feel obscene in a way that louder places never quite manage. Because in Cedar Glen, bad things were not supposed to happen, and when they did, the neighborhood had no framework for it. Elena Torres had grown up on Sycamore Court, at a cul-de-sac near the eastern edge of Cedar Glen, where 5 houses shared a communal mailbox cluster, and the kids had always played in the shared strip of yard between the driveways without anyone needing to organize it. She had ridden bikes on that street, learned to drive in that wide circular end, and walked to the corner bakery for the first time at 13, when Belle decided she was old enough to go alone. She knew every crack in the sidewalk on the route. She knew which neighbor kept a dog that barked at strangers and which porch had the motion light that triggered from the street. Cedar Glen was not just the backdrop of her life. It was the texture of it, woven into the specific geography of every ordinary thing she did. When she died, the neighborhood did not just lose a resident. It lost one of the people who had made it feel like itself. Elena was 19 and had the particular quality of responsible older siblings everywhere, an almost unconscious awareness of where the people she loved were at any given moment. She worked morning shifts at Harlow's Bakery, a neighborhood fixture that smelled like yeast and cinnamon and had a counter worn smooth by 20 years of elbows. She had started there at 16, initially just weekend shifts, and had stayed because she was good at it and because the early hours suited her, and because the owner, a woman named Patricia, who had watched Elena grow up through the shop window, gave her the kind of quiet professional respect that teenagers rarely receive and almost always need. Elena arrived early, left the surfaces cleaner than she found them, and brought home the day's unsold pastries in a paper bag rather than let them go to waste, a habit that had started as practical and become a kind of ritual her family counted on. She was also enrolled in community college, working toward a nursing degree with the methodical patience of someone who understood that the goal was real even if the timeline was long. She carried a tote bag to class that had a small tear in the left strap she had repaired twice with safety pins because replacing it felt unnecessary when it was still functional. She took notes in blue ink, always blue, because black felt too formal, and she had decided at some point that blue was the color of working things through. And her professors knew her as diligent and occasionally brilliant in the specific way of students who arrive with real-world context layered underneath the textbook material. One of her instructors later told investigators that Elena had asked unusually precise questions about patient advocacy because she had already decided that nursing for her was not about the technical side of care, but about the part where someone had to stay in the room when it got hard. At home, Elena was the buffer. That is the word Sophia used later, first in conversation with detectives and then on the witness stand, and it was the most accurate single word available. Not because the Torres household was chaotic or troubled, but because families are ecosystems, and Elena was the element that kept the temperature steady. When Roberto came home from work frustrated, and Elena could redirect the dinner conversation before it became something it did not need to be. When Belle worried too loudly about money or school or the future, Elena could acknowledge the worry and then gently shift it towards something manageable. And when Sophia, at 16, navigated the particular social cruelty of high school, Elena was the one who sat with her at the kitchen table until the algebra was done and then stayed a little longer to ask about the things that were not algebra. She did not do any of this performatively. She did it the way people do things that have become inseparable from who they are. Sophia talked about the algebra sessions in a way that made investigators understand, without being told directly, that they were never really about algebra. They were about Elena checking in, about making sure Sophia was okay in the complete sense, not just academically, but emotionally, socially, in all the ways that 16 can be quietly brutal when nobody is paying attention. Elena paid attention. She had the particular skill of asking questions that gave the other person permission to be honest, rather than questions that closed the conversation before it opened. She noticed when Sophia went quiet in the specific way that meant something was wrong, rather than the general way that meant she was tired, and she pressed gently until Sophia told her the truth. And then she stayed with the truth, rather than immediately trying to fix it. That quality mattered enormously later, because it was exactly that quality, Elena's refusal to let cruelty go unnamed and unaddressed, that made her dangerous to Belle Parker. The friendship between Elena and Belle, if it could be called that, had started the previous summer in the uncomplicated way that proximity sometimes creates temporary connection. Belle had picked up a few shifts at Harlow's Bakery during a period when Patricia was short-staffed, and Belle had convinced her mother to ask around the neighborhood for part-time work. She was charming in the initial impression way, quick to laugh, good at small talk, competent enough with customers that Patricia kept her for 6 weeks. Elena had been friendly without being particularly interested. Belle was 3 streets over and 2 years younger, and operated on a social frequency that Elena recognized as high maintenance, even from a polite distance. They shared rides home a few times, made small conversation about customers and the general tedium of summer, and parted ways when Brielle's shifts ended without any formal conclusion to what had briefly been a casual acquaintance. But casual acquaintances can become something else when one of the 2 people involved has a relationship with control that goes unnoticed until it is threatened. Belle Parker, as the investigation would later reveal through interviews and digital records and the accounts of classmates who had spent years navigating her social ecosystem, had a very specific pattern. She formed attachments that were less about affection and more about access. She wanted proximity to people she perceived as stable, popular, or capable of conferring status, and she maintained those proximities through information, collected, stored, deployed as needed. She knew things about people because she paid close attention to what they revealed when they thought she was not listening. She built leverage quietly and used it carefully, and understood intuitively that the most effective power is the kind that never announces itself. She was, in the clinical language that would come later, extremely skilled at social manipulation for a 17-year-old. In the ordinary language of Cedar Glen, she was the kind of person who seemed fine until she did not. The problem for Belle was Sophia. When Brielle's brief bakery chapter ended and she drifted back into the neighborhood social ecosystem, she turned her attention to the high school circles that Sophia moved in. Whether this was calculated or simply the natural radius of her social world is difficult to say with certainty. What is clear is that Belle began operating a series of anonymous social media accounts that targeted girls at Sophia's school, posting private information, spreading distorted versions of private conversations, and engineering small social collapses with the invisible precision of someone who understood that the most damaging cruelty is the kind the victim cannot prove, is deliberate. Sophia became a specific target in the late spring, when a private conversation she had shared with a trusted friend appeared, slightly twisted, on a burner account that Belle had created 4 days earlier. Sophia did not know it was Belle. Most people did not. But Elena, who had developed the habit of reading between the lines of what Sophia told her, started paying closer attention. Elena did not go to the school or the police immediately. So that decision was made cautiously, the way Elena made most decisions, by first trying to handle it at the source. She sent Belle a direct message that was measured rather than aggressive, naming what she had observed and asking it to stop. Belle responded with practiced wounded confusion. She did not know what Elena was talking about. She would never do something like that. It was hurtful to be accused without evidence. Elena was not convinced. She told Sophia that evening that Belle was the kind of person who smiles while lying. She said it plainly, the way she said most things, not as a dramatic pronouncement, but as a simple factual observation that happened to be correct. Belle, washing dishes nearby, only half heard it. It passed through the house the way important things often do, unrecorded, unremarkable, and not understood as significant until much later. The harassment continued. It escalated in the subtle, deniable way that experienced manipulators escalate things, never dramatically enough to constitute clear evidence, always just enough to cause ongoing damage. A post here, a rumor there, a screenshot shared without context in a group chat that Belle was not technically part of, but whose content she seemed to receive nonetheless. Sophia began to dread opening her phone in the morning. She started choosing which hallways to walk through at school based on where she was least likely to encounter the social fallout of whatever had appeared online the night before. She did not tell her parents the full extent of it because she did not want to watch them try to fight something they could not see clearly. But she told Elena, and Elena listened, and Elena decided that soft management had reached its limit. In the 2 weeks before she died, Elena had been quietly collecting screenshots, logging dates and times, and building the kind of documented case that school administrators and, if necessary, police could not dismiss as teenage drama. She had also told Belle in a second direct message that was considerably less measured than the first that she intended to bring everything she had collected to the school's counseling office and to Brielle's mother by the end of the month. This message was recovered from carrier records during the investigation and became one of the prosecution's foundational pieces of evidence for motive. Because within 48 hours of receiving it, Belle had purchased a prepaid phone with cash, created a new contact identity, and sent Elena a message from that number saying she only wanted to talk, that she was sorry, that things had gotten out of hand, and she needed to explain herself face to face. Elena read it and hesitated. The investigation would show that hesitation lasted nearly a full day before she responded. She agreed to meet because she was Elena Torres, and Elena Torres believed that people should be given the opportunity to explain themselves before conclusions were drawn. She also believed, with the quiet confidence of someone who had always been the stronger person in most rooms, that she could handle a conversation with a 17-year-old girl who had been bullying her sister online. She was not afraid of Belle. She had no reason to be, in the way that most people have no reason to be afraid of someone they already see clearly. She arranged the meeting for a Friday evening and told Sophia she would be home in 20 minutes. She said it the way people say things they are certain are true because they have never had reason to doubt the ordinary mechanics of returning from somewhere. She left the porch light on. She drove toward the Reservoir Road. And Belle Parker, who had already written the note, already drafted the lure, already searched what she needed to search, was already waiting. The last ordinary Friday of Elena Torres's life looked like every other ordinary Friday from the outside. Belle had cooked a full dinner. Roberto had complained briefly about traffic and then stopped because no one was really listening. Sophia had finished a homework assignment at the kitchen table and then migrated to the couch with her phone. Elena had taken a shower. I changed into dark jeans and a navy sweater and eaten standing at the counter because she said she was not very hungry, which was unusual but not alarming. She kissed the top of Sophia's head on the way to get her keys, told Belle she would be back before the movie started, and walked out the front door with the particular ease of someone who has already decided that what is about to happen is manageable. The porch light turned on automatically behind her as she stepped into the dark. It would stay on all night, waiting for a return that never came. The Torres family's last normal evening deserves to be held here, in this chapter, before the investigation and the courtroom, and the evidence consume everything else. Because the story is not really about Belle Parker's arrogance. Though that arrogance is real and important and will be held accountable. The story is about Elena Torres, who was 19 years old and brought home pastries because she hated waste and helped her sister with algebra, and documented cruelty carefully because she believed it deserved to be seen. She was the kind of person who leaves porch lights on. She was the kind of person who says she will be back in 20 minutes because she fully expects to be. And she was the kind of person whose absence leaves a specific, irreplaceable shape in every ordinary moment that follows. In the kitchen table where the algebra sessions used to happen, in the bakery where someone else now takes the early shift, in the photograph Sophia carried to court, showing Elena laughing at something the camera never caught. Us belonging completely and permanently to a world she had every right to keep living in. The text that pulled Elena Torres out of her house on that Friday evening was deceptively gentle, the kind of message designed to lower defenses rather than raise them. It came from a number Elena did not immediately recognize, but the writing style was unmistakable. The same slightly over-apologetic tone, the same habit of using ellipses where periods should go, the same casual misspelling of definitely that Belle had always used without noticing. Can we please talk face to face? No drama, I promise. I'm really sorry, and I just need 5 minutes. Elena read it twice, set her phone down, picked it up again, and showed it to Sophia without saying anything. Sophia read it and looked up. She said quietly that she did not think Elena should go. And Elena said she was not going to let it become something larger than it needed to be. She said it the way people say things when they have already decided and are explaining the decision rather than making it. Sophia did not argue further. She knew her sister well enough to know when the conversation was already over. What Elena could not have known was that Belle had prepared for this specific response. She had anticipated that Elena would agree to meet because Elena was the kind of person who believed that direct conversation could resolve almost anything. And Belle had studied Elena long enough to understand that quality and know how to use it. The apology was crafted specifically for Elena's psychology. Not too dramatic, not too minimal. Just enough vulnerability to seem genuine, just enough specificity to seem spontaneous. Belle had drafted it 3 times on a notes app before sending it from the prepaid number, refining the tone the way a person refines something they intend to be believed. The investigation would later recover those drafts from the cloud-synced tablet, and the jury would sit with the knowledge that the message Elena received as an apology had been workshopped like a performance. That transformation from private gesture to calculated script was one of the most quietly devastating details of the entire case. Elena left home at 8:41 p.m. The family's doorbell camera, a basic model Roberto had installed 2 years earlier after a string of package thefts in the neighborhood, captured her locking the front door in the unhurried way of someone who expects to be back shortly. She wore dark jeans, the navy sweater, and a pair of worn sneakers she favored for evening errands. Her keys were in her right hand and her phone in her left, already open to the Maps application, showing the route to the old reservoir overlook, a spot she knew vaguely from the years of living in Cedar Glen, the place where the county road curved and widened into a small gravel turnout, with a view of the water that teenagers used for privacy and parents used for sunrise runs before the day got complicated. It was the kind of place that felt neutral in daylight and different in the dark, and Elena arrived there in the dark. The doorbell camera at the corner of Sycamore Court and the main neighborhood road captured something else that evening, something that detectives would study for hours in the days following Elena's death. A dark SUV with a slightly damaged rear taillight had been idling 40 feet from the intersection for nearly 11 minutes before Elena's sedan passed it heading toward the county road. 47 seconds after Elena's car cleared the frame, the SUV pulled out and followed in the same direction. It did not rush. It maintained a careful distance, the way someone follows when they do not want to appear to be following. The footage was grainy enough that the license plate was unreadable in that clip alone, But the taillight damage, a distinctive crack running diagonally across the left brake assembly, would become one of the thread lines that investigators pulled when they began connecting surveillance across the route Elena had driven that night. Track the timeline precisely because forensic storytelling lives and dies by its clocks. Elena's phone pinged a cell tower near the county road at 8:49 p.m., consistent with her route to the reservoir. At 8:57 p.m., she sent Sophia a text. "Almost done. Home soon." It was her last outgoing message. The casual confidence of it is almost unbearable in retrospect, not because it sounds frightened, but because it sounds so completely ordinary. Almost done, as if the meeting were already progressing toward its stated purpose, as if Belle were sitting across from her being genuinely sorry and genuinely honest, and the whole thing were resolving itself the way Elena had believed it would. Whatever was happening in those minutes between the last text and the silence that followed, Elena still believed she was managing it. She still believed she was in the kind of situation a capable person could navigate to a reasonable conclusion. She was wrong, but she did not know that yet. Sophia called at 9:18 p.m. The call went to voicemail after 4 rings, which was unusual. Elena almost never sent Sophia to voicemail. She picked up even in the middle of things, even during busy bakery rushes, because she had a standing understanding with Sophia that calls were answered unless physically impossible. Sophia left a short message. "Hey, just checking you're okay. Call me back." And then sat with her phone for the next several minutes, refreshing Elena's location sharing. The blue dot that represented Elena's phone had stopped moving. It sat at the reservoir overlook, perfectly still, which could have meant the meeting was still happening, and Elena had parked and gone still to talk. Sophia told herself that is what it meant. She refreshed the screen 3 more times before the dot disappeared entirely, which meant either the phone had died, or it had been powered off, or something had happened that made the signal stop. Belle called at 9:31 p.m. She was not yet alarmed, because alarm requires accepting a premise that the mind resists with everything it has. She was in the intermediate state between mild concern and active worry, the state where you call and expect an answer and are already composing a mild rebuke about being more communicative. The call went to voicemail. Belle set her phone on the kitchen counter and looked at it for a moment, then went to the back door and looked out at the yard the way people look at neutral spaces when they are trying to think. She told Roberto that Elena was not answering. And Roberto said she probably had her volume down and would call back in a minute. He was not being dismissive. He was doing what people do when the alternative is too large to carry. He was choosing the most reasonable interpretation available and holding on to it with both hands. By 10 p.m., the reasonable interpretations had run out. Roberto was in his car driving the county road with his headlights on full, sweeping the gravel shoulders and turnouts in the specific desperate way of a father who is moving because moving feels like doing something. Sophia was sitting on the front steps with her phone in both hands, refreshing the location app every 30 seconds, even though the dot was gone and had been gone for 40 minutes. Belle was on the phone with Elena's closest friend, who had not heard from her either, and then with the bakery, which was closed. She called Brielle's number because Belle had once been a coworker and sometimes knew things about Elena's evening plans. The call rang and then went to a generic voicemail. She did not think much of it at the time. She called twice more before the night was over. Belle did not pick up, and the number she was calling was not the prepaid line she did not know existed. Roberto found Elena's sedan at 10:47 p.m. It was parked at the reservoir overlook with the nose angled slightly toward the brush at the edge of the turnout, as if it had been left in a hurry or directed there by someone with a specific location in mind. The driver's door was half open. The interior light was dead, either burned out or deliberately disabled. Roberto pulled his own car alongside it and got out and called Elena's name once, then twice, then kept calling it in the way that names become something different when fear enters them, louder and more raw, and carrying the weight of every version of the person they belonged to. He found her in the brush 14 feet from the car, face down in the damp grass, and he did not need to turn her over to understand what he was looking at. He called 911 at 10:53 p.m. The dispatcher later noted that he gave the address clearly and calmly and then said his daughter's name and stopped speaking for several seconds before the call continued. The crime scene that greeted first responders in the early minutes and then detectives and technicians in the hours that followed told a story that was immediately inconsistent with opportunistic roadside violence. Elena's purse was still partially under the passenger seat, her wallet inside it, cash intact. One earring lay in the cup holder between the front seats. There was blood on the steering wheel, blood on the interior door frame, and a smear across the passenger side sun visor that appeared to have been made by a hand reaching for purchase, the kind of mark left by someone trying to steady themselves or resist being pulled. The wound pattern, which the medical examiner would later describe in clinical detail that the courtroom received in profound silence. It suggested a specific and sustained sequence of violence rather than a single impulsive act. Elena hadn't died quickly. She had fought, and the scene around her body bore the evidence of that fight: defensive markings, disturbed ground, the particular displacement of grass and soil that speaks to a struggle rather than a collapse. Detective Luis Romero arrived at the scene at 11:34 p.m. and spent 40 minutes walking it before he said anything to the officers around him. He was known in the department for this: the long preliminary silence, the slow circuit of a scene that others wanted to rush through toward conclusions. He looked at the car from every angle. He looked at the ground between the car and where Elena had been found. He crouched near the rear wheel well and studied a partial footwear impression in the damp soil without touching it. He looked at the direction of the blood trail and at the angle of Elena's position relative to the vehicle, and at the half-open door, and at the cup holder, and at the visor smear. And then he stood up and looked at the tree line at the edge of the overlook and was quiet for another long moment before he turned to the nearest officer and said that this scene had been arranged. Not completely, not skillfully, but deliberately enough to suggest that someone had tried to make it look like something it was not. That observation would become the first sentence of his case notes and the organizing principle of everything that followed. The forensic processing of the overlook site continued through the night and into the early morning hours, conducted under generator-powered lights that gave the scene a flat, clinical brightness that made the surrounding dark feel heavier by contrast. Technicians collected the partial footwear impression near the rear wheel. It appeared smaller than an average adult male shoe, and it partially overlapped Elena's own prints in a way that suggested the two people had been standing in the same space at the same time before something changed. They collected the blood evidence from the interior surfaces, the earring from the cup holder, soil samples from the disturbed ground between the car and the body. They photographed the visor smear from 6 angles. They bagged a pale thread, white, fine weave, a fleece-like texture, from the right edge of Elena's rear bumper, where it had caught on a small metal burr. And under one of Elena's fingernails, in the careful work of the medical examiner in the hours that followed, they found skin cells. Degraded, partial, not immediately identifiable, but present. Elena Torres had reached for her attacker in the final moments, and she had not come away empty-handed. She had taken a piece of the person who killed her, and she had kept it, and it was already in an evidence bag before the sun came up over Cedar Glen. By dawn, the Torres family had been gathered into a victim services room at the police department, where the lighting was too bright, and the coffee was too weak, and nothing made sense in the way that nothing makes sense in the first hours of irreversible loss. Belle sat with her hands around a paper cup she did not drink from. Roberto stared at the middle distance with the expression of someone who has not yet found the place in his mind where this new reality is supposed to live. Sophia sat beside her mother and held the paper cup when Belle's hands began to shake. And she did not cry yet, because she was using all of her available resources for the simpler task of staying upright. A victim services counselor spoke to them in a low, careful voice about the process, about what came next, about support resources, about the investigation's early stages. They heard some of it and none of it simultaneously, because grief in its first hours is not a listening state. It is a state of pure, unprocessed shock that looks like calm from the outside and feels like falling from the inside. 3 streets away, in a bedroom with the lights off, Belle Parker lay on her back, staring at the ceiling with her phone face down on the nightstand. She had been home for 2 hours. She had scrubbed her sneakers in the utility sink and put them in a bag in the back of the garage. She had wiped down the interior of the SUV with a bleach solution, diluted just enough that the smell would not alarm anyone in the morning. She had powered off the prepaid phone and put it in her coat pocket to be disposed of the following day. She had opened and deleted the voice memo, the draft note, and the text chain, and then deleted them from the recently deleted folder as well, and then factory reset the section of her phone's storage where they had lived. She lay there in the dark doing the arithmetic of what she had left behind, running through the checklist with the systematic focus of someone who had planned this moment as carefully as the one that preceded it. She could not think of anything she had missed. She closed her eyes. In the kitchen 2 floors below, the old family tablet sat in its drawer, plugged into its charger, quietly syncing to the cloud account she had forgotten she was still logged into, preserving everything she believed she had just erased. The porch light at the Torres house on Sycamore Court burned all through that night, the way Elena had left it, automatic and faithful, clicking off at dawn the way it always did when the timer decided morning had arrived. It did not know she was not coming back. It simply did what it had always done, waited through the dark, and then let the morning come without ceremony. And the neighborhood woke up slowly around it, porch lights clicking off in sequence down the street, school buses starting their routes, dog walkers appearing at their usual times, the ordinary machinery of Cedar Glen resuming as it always did. None of them knew yet. The crime scene tape was on a county road 4 miles east, out of sight, and the news would reach Cedar Glen in stages throughout the morning. But for those first quiet minutes of dawn, the neighborhood looked exactly as it always had, safe and maintained, and completely unaware that the worst thing it had ever contained had already happened inside it, and that the person responsible had already gone to sleep 3 streets over, confident that the night had gone according to plan. Detective Luis Romero had worked violent crime for 14 years, and in those 14 years he had developed a specific relationship with crime scenes that his colleagues sometimes described as almost conversational. He did not rush them. He did not arrive with conclusions already forming and look for confirmation. He arrived empty and let the scene fill him, which sounds abstract until you understand what it means in practice. It means looking at everything before deciding what anything means, treating each detail as a question rather than an answer, staying in the uncertainty long enough for the uncertainty to resolve itself into pattern. He had learned early in his career that the worst thing an investigator can do at a scene is decide too quickly. The second worst thing is to let the obvious explanation crowd out the true one. The reservoir overlook had an obvious explanation available. Isolated road, young woman alone at night, robbery gone wrong. And Romero had dismissed it within the first 20 minutes of his arrival, not because he was brilliant, but because he was patient enough to notice all the things the obvious explanation required him to ignore. The car told the first part of the story. Elena's sedan was a compact blue vehicle, 5 years old, maintained carefully in the way of someone who could not easily afford a replacement. The driver's door was half open, angled outward at approximately 40 degrees, which meant it had either been opened from the inside in a hurry or left that way deliberately by someone staging a hasty exit narrative. The interior light was not functioning. Romero noted this specifically because a dead interior light could mean a burned-out bulb, but it could also mean a bulb that had been loosened, and in the context of everything else at the scene, it was a detail that needed to be answered rather than assumed. The steering wheel carried a transfer blood stain rather than a spatter pattern, which meant the blood had arrived there through contact rather than projection. A hand, already bloody, gripping the wheel. That hand had belonged to Elena, trying to hold herself steady or trying to drive, trying to survive in whatever seconds remained after the first violence. The passenger side told a different story from the driver's side, and the difference between those two stories was where Romero began to understand what had actually happened. The passenger footwell contained a smear of mud inconsistent with the surrounding soil composition. Darker, wetter, with a slightly different organic content that the lab would later confirm came from the soft embankment 20 feet from where Elena's body was found. That mud had arrived in the passenger seat on someone else's shoes. Whoever sat in that seat had walked through the embankment soil before getting into the car, or after getting out of it, or both. They had not arrived by a different vehicle and approached through the turnout gravel. They had been in the brush. They had been waiting. The staging, Romero noted in his casebook, was constructed around the assumption that investigators would read the scene from the outside in. The mud in the passenger footwell was what happened when you read it from the inside out. The blood evidence in the car required careful interpretation because it appeared in 3 distinct locations with 3 distinct characteristics that told the sequence of events more precisely than any witness could have. The steering wheel stain was a contact transfer from a bloody hand. Elena's, as DNA would confirm, made after the initial injury, suggesting she had remained in the driver's seat for at least a short time after the first blow. The door frame blood was a smear moving outward, consistent with someone pushing the door open while bleeding, consistent with an attempt to exit the vehicle. The visor smear was different from both. It was directional, angled downward and to the left, made by a hand reaching across from the passenger side, not the driver's side. 3 blood locations, 2 different hands. One of them belonged to Elena Torres. One of them belonged to whoever was sitting beside her when the violence began. That second hand left no DNA that night. It had been too briefly in contact, or the surface was insufficiently porous, or the person had been careful about what they touched after. But it left a direction, it left an angle, it left the geometry of 2 people in a car, and only one of them afraid. The footwear impression near the rear wheel became one of the most important physical details of the early investigation, not because it was complete enough to make an identification on its own, but because of what it communicated about sequence and position. It was a partial outsole impression in damp soil, capturing approximately 60% of the right foot of whoever made it. On the size analysis placed it in the range of a women's size 7 to 8 shoe, smaller than the average adult male foot, which immediately narrowed the physical profile the investigation was building. The impression partially overlapped Elena's own prints in a pattern consistent with both individuals standing in the same space within a short time of each other. Not hours apart, but minutes? Someone had stood there with Elena. Someone had stood close enough to be in the same footprint zone. And that someone had been wearing a shoe with a distinctive tread pattern, a light grid design with a small circular wear mark on the outer heel edge that a forensic podiatrist would later describe as consistent with a specific casual athletic shoe style, commonly sold in women's sizes at mid-range retail stores. On the thread from Elena's rear bumper seemed minor at first. It was a small fragment, perhaps 2 centimeters, caught on a metal burr where the bumper cover met the body panel, the kind of tiny snag point that most people would never notice on their own car. The thread was white, fine weave, with a looped pile construction consistent with fleece fabric. It had not been there long because it showed no weathering, no road dust embedded in the fiber structure, no UV degradation. It was fresh. Someone with a white fleece garment had made close physical contact with the rear of Elena's vehicle recently enough that the thread had not yet aged. Romero flagged it, bagged it, and made a note in his casebook that was 3 words, recent white fleece. He did not attach significance to it yet, beyond the mechanical fact of its presence. But he photographed it from 4 angles before it was collected, and later, when an identical fiber appeared in the trunk groove of Belle Parker's vehicle, those 4 photographs would become some of the most studied images in the entire evidentiary record. The medical examiner's preliminary findings arrived by early afternoon of the following day, and they transformed the investigation from a violent unknown into a structured forensic narrative. Elena Torres had died from a combination of injuries, a blunt force impact to the left temporal region of the skull, and a penetrating stab wound to the left lateral torso that had damaged a major vessel. The blunt force injury had occurred first, the medical examiner determined, based on the blood flow patterns and the position of the defensive injuries. Elena had been struck while seated or in the process of turning toward the passenger seat. The angle of the impact was consistent with a blow delivered from the passenger side by someone either already seated there or leaning in from that direction. She had survived the initial blow, at least briefly. She had tried to exit the vehicle. The defensive injuries on her left hand and forearm, bruising and a shallow cut consistent with deflecting a bladed object, told the story of what happened when she was partially out of the car, turning, trying to run, and found she could not run fast enough or far enough. The skin cells recovered from under Elena's fingernails were sent to the state lab for DNA extraction with a priority flag. The degraded quality of the sample meant the results would take time, more time than the investigation wanted. But the very existence of the sample was significant. Elena had reached for her attacker in those final seconds. She had made contact. She had taken a piece of whoever killed her, and she had held on to it through everything that followed, as if some part of her understood that the proof needed to survive even when she could not. The forensic pathologist who conducted the examination noted in her report, in language that was clinical but that somehow carried weight beyond its function, that the defensive injuries were consistent with a victim who fought actively and sustained until the final moment. Elena Torres did not simply absorb what was done to her. She contested it with everything she had available. That fact mattered to the investigation, and it mattered to the jury. And it mattered most of all to Sophia, who learned it months later in a prosecutor's conference room and sat very still for a long time before she said quietly that it sounded exactly like her sister. The surveillance network around the Reservoir Road was not extensive. Cedar Glen was not a heavily monitored area, and the county road leading to the overlook had no dedicated traffic cameras in the immediate approach zone. But the investigation was patient and lateral in its approach, pulling footage from every available source within a 5-mile radius, rather than relying only on the most obvious placement. A traffic camera at the intersection of the county road and the main feeder highway captured Elena's sedan passing at 8:47 p.m., heading toward the overlook. 11 seconds later, a dark SUV with a damaged rear taillight passed the same point in the same direction. The time gap was not an accident. Someone had let Elena get a specific distance ahead before following, maintaining separation that looked like coincidence rather than pursuit. That careful spacing communicated something important to investigators. It was not the behavior of a stranger following opportunistically. It was the behavior of someone who knew where Elena was going because they had arranged for her to go there. The gas station footage came from a privately owned station on the county road, 2 miles west of the overlook, which had a single exterior camera covering the fuel island and the road in front of it. The camera was low resolution, and its night mode introduced visual noise that made details difficult to confirm precisely. But at 9:11 p.m., captured heading back toward Cedar Glen from the direction of the overlook, a dark SUV with a damaged rear taillight passed the station at regular road speed. This was after Elena's last text. This was after her phone went silent. This was the window the medical examiner had identified as consistent with time of death. The SUV was heading home. And it was heading home in a straight line, without detour, without the irregular routing of someone panicking or improvising. It was the route of someone who had done what they came to do and was now simply returning to where they lived. Romero watched this clip 17 times on the first night he had it. He watched it not for the vehicle, but for the speed. That particular unhurried speed that spoke louder than anything else in the footage. The first search warrant for the Parker household and vehicle was executed 4 days after Elena's death, after detectives had cross-referenced the taillight damage visible in multiple footage clips against vehicle registration records in Cedar Glen and a 3-mile radius. Brielle's dark SUV, registered in Gerald Parker's name, matched the make, model, and year visible in the clearest footage frame. The taillight damage, that diagonal crack across the left brake assembly, was consistent with what the camera had captured. When technicians arrived at the Parker garage and looked at the rear of the vehicle, the damaged taillight was there exactly as described, exactly as documented, exactly as unavoidable as everything Brielle had failed to account for. Brielle was present for the search, watching from the kitchen doorway with her arms crossed. She watched them process the vehicle with the controlled expression she had been maintaining since the night Elena died. But when a technician in the garage called out to Romero and held up an evidence bag containing a pale thread recovered from the trunk groove, Brielle's arms tightened across her chest in the small, involuntary way of a body registering something the mind is not yet ready to acknowledge. The bleach bottle in the utility room was photographed and collected. It was a standard household cleaning product available at any grocery store, but its positioning on the utility shelf, front and center, accessible, and with the cap not fully closed as if replaced hastily. And the fresh chemical smell that lingered in the drain basin of the utility sink were details that Romero noted without immediate conclusion. The white sneakers in a plastic bag in the back corner of the garage were more pointed. They were a women's athletic shoe, size 7.5, with a light grid tread pattern and a circular wear mark on the outer heel of the right shoe. The soles had been scrubbed, recently and vigorously, and still carried a faint bleach residue in the deep tread grooves that the scrubbing had not fully reached. A size 7.5, a grid tread, a heel wear mark. Romero looked at the photograph of the footwear impression near Elena's rear wheel, and then he looked at the shoe and he said nothing to anyone in the room. He did not need to. He simply made a note, sealed the bag, and handed it to the evidence technician with the kind of steady, unhurried care that people use when they are holding something they understand completely. The first formal interview with Brielle Parker took place at the police department 2 days after the vehicle search. She arrived with her parents and with Martin Keene, who had been retained within 48 hours of the search warrant, and whose presence at such an early stage was itself a detail detectives registered without comment. Brielle was cooperative in the surface-level way of someone who has prepared for cooperation. She answered questions in a measured voice. She said she was devastated about Elena. She said they had not been close recently, but that she remembered her as a nice person. She said she had spent Friday evening at home, watching videos, not going anywhere. She said the new number Elena had received was not familiar to her. She said lots of people drove dark SUVs in Cedar Glen. When shown the surveillance still of the vehicle matching hers near the Reservoir Road, she looked at it for a moment, and then looked at Keene, and then looked back at the detective and said the image was too blurry to be conclusive about anything. She never asked how Elena had died. She never asked if they had any other suspects. She never asked what evidence had been found at the scene. Romero noted all 3 absences in his casebook that evening, circling the third one twice. Innocent people, in his 14 years of experience, almost always asked whether the police had someone else. Guilty people already knew the answer. When detectives mentioned the Reservoir Road specifically during the interview, naming it directly, watching for reaction, Brielle's response was the detail that the chapter should end on, because it was the detail that transformed suspicion into something colder and more certain. She looked at the detective across the table with an expression that was composed and clear and almost entirely without fear. She said in a voice that carried the particular steadiness of someone who has rehearsed this moment and found it less difficult than expected, that she understood they had to ask everyone questions, that she was happy to help, and that she hoped they found whoever was responsible. And then she paused for exactly one beat, tilted her head very slightly, and said, "But you can't prove who was there. You have the wrong person. I wasn't there. You can't prove who was there." Romero closed his notebook. He thanked her for coming in. He walked her and her family and her attorney to the lobby and shook hands with everyone in the correct order. And then he walked back to the interview room, sat down in the chair Brielle had occupied, and looked at the empty table for a long time, thinking about the specific confidence required to say those 6 words to a detective 14 days after a 19-year-old girl was found stabbed in the grass at a reservoir overlook. That kind of confidence, Romero had learned, did not come from innocence. It came from someone who believed, with complete certainty, that what they had deleted was gone. The neighborhood interviews began on a Saturday morning, 3 days after Elena's body was found, conducted by a team of 4 detectives working outward from Sycamore Court in concentric rings of familiarity. They started with the people who knew Elena best and moved gradually toward the edges of her social world, collecting impressions and contradictions and the specific texture of a community trying to understand something it did not yet have language for. Cedar Glen was cooperative in the way that close neighborhoods are cooperative when one of their own has been taken. Openly, emotionally, sometimes unhelpfully, with the particular eagerness of people who want to contribute to justice and occasionally confuse that desire with accuracy. Detectives were patient with all of it. They listened to everything and weighted it carefully, separating genuine observation from grief-colored assumption, building a portrait of Elena's world that was less about drama and more about pattern. The bakery was the first stop outside the family. Patricia, the owner, sat across from Detective Romero at the counter where Elena had stood every morning for 3 years and spoke about her in the present tense for the first several minutes before catching herself and going quiet. She described Elena as the most reliable person she had ever employed, not in a perfunctory way, but in the specific way of someone who had depended on that reliability and understood its value. She said Elena had mentioned Brielle Parker once, about 6 weeks before her death, in the context of dealing with some teenager stuff involving my sister. Patricia had not pressed for details because Elena seemed to have it under control. And Elena always seemed to have things under control. And that quality, Patricia said, with the look of someone confronting their own retrospective guilt, was probably what made it so easy to miss when something was actually wrong. Former bakery co-workers filled in the Brielle chapter with more texture. 2 of them had overlapped with her during the summer shifts and described her in terms that were consistent enough across independent interviews to carry weight. She was charming at first contact. She was good at reading what people wanted to hear. She had a habit of collecting information, asking questions that seemed casual but were unusually specific, remembering details about people's personal lives that most coworkers would not retain. One former coworker, a young woman named Jessie, I said Brielle had once repeated back a private conversation Jessie had with Elena about a family matter, word for word, weeks after the original conversation. When Jessie asked how she knew, Brielle smiled and said she must have overheard. Jessie told the detective she had not believed that explanation at the time and did not believe it now. Brielle had not overheard. She had been paying attention in the specific, targeted way of someone building a file. The high school interviews were more complicated because they required navigating the social architecture of a place where honesty was rationed carefully and reputation was a currency people protected even when speaking to police. But enough students were willing to talk, either out of genuine distress about Elena or genuine fear of Belle, that the pattern emerged with reasonable clarity. Belle Parker was described consistently as socially dominant, difficult to oppose directly, and surrounded by the particular social immunity that comes from being the person who controls information in a closed ecosystem. She knew secrets because she collected them. She spread them selectively. She maintained loyalty through the implicit understanding that being inside her circle was safer than being outside it. Several students used almost identical phrasing without having coordinated it. They described Belle as sweet until crossed. That phrase, appearing independently in 4 separate interviews, told investigators something important about the consistency of her behavior pattern across time and context. Sophia's harassment experience provided the clearest forensic thread through the social history. She had kept records herself, screenshots, dates, account names, a typed log she had started keeping on the advice of a school counselor who had taken her concerns seriously, even without definitive proof of origin. The anonymous accounts that had targeted her carried distinctive fingerprints in their language. Specific slang combinations, a particular habit of using asterisks for emphasis, a recurring misspelling of the word ridiculous as ridiculous that appeared across 3 different burner accounts across 4 months. The same misspelling appeared in Belle's personal social media posts from the previous year, which were still publicly accessible. It was not conclusive on its own. Linguistic patterns are suggestive, not definitive. But combined with the behavioral testimony from classmates and the timeline of escalation, it began constructing something that looked less like coincidence and more like authorship. Elena's documented confrontations with Belle became central to the motive architecture of the case. The first direct message, recovered from carrier records after Elena's phone, was confirmed missing, and a warrant obtained for her account data was measured and precise. Elena had named specific posts, specific dates, and specific content that corresponded with events in Sophia's school life. She had asked Belle directly to stop and had offered to handle it privately, without involving school administration or parents. Belle's response, recovered from the same records, was a masterclass in the performance of wounded innocence. She claimed ignorance, had expressed hurt at the accusation, suggested that Elena was projecting stress from other areas of her life onto an unfair target. It was persuasive enough that someone who did not know Belle's pattern might have doubted themselves. Elena, who did know the pattern, did not doubt herself. She kept her records and kept watching, and kept the door open to escalation if the behavior continued. It continued. Within 3 weeks of the first message, 2 new anonymous accounts appeared targeting Sophia with information that could only have come from a small group of people with specific access to her private conversations. One post contained details about a medical appointment Sophia had mentioned only to Elena and one other friend. When Elena saw it, she did not send a second measured message. She sent a documented warning. She had saved everything. She was prepared to bring it to the school and to Belle's parents, and, if necessary, to the police, and she intended to do so before the end of the month. That message was sent 11 days before Elena died. Investigators looked at that timeline and felt the shape of the motive lock into place with the specific, grim satisfaction of people who have been looking at fragments long enough to see the whole image emerge. The prepaid phone investigation ran parallel to the social history work and produced results faster than expected. Digital analysts traced the number used to lure Elena through carrier records to a prepaid SIM card purchased at a convenience store 4 days before Elena's death. The store had a functional interior camera covering the register, and the footage, while imperfect, showed a female buyer of slight build wearing a white puffer jacket and a dark baseball cap pulled low. The transaction was cash, completed quickly, without conversation. The buyer did not look at the camera directly, but the height estimate from the doorframe measurement marker, a common feature in convenience store footage, placed her between 5 feet 3 and 5 feet 5 inches. Belle Parker was 5 feet 4. The white puffer jacket was consistent with a jacket photographed on Brielle's social media 6 weeks earlier. Neither detail was individually conclusive. Both pointed the same direction. The gas station footage from the county road, reviewed alongside the convenience store clip, began creating a geographic and chronological case that was harder to dismiss than any single piece. The SUV that followed Elena toward the reservoir appeared on 2 cameras heading out and 1 camera heading back, on a timeline that bracketed the medical examiner's estimated death window with uncomfortable precision. When analysts overlaid the cell tower records for Brielle's registered phone number against the geographic corridor of those camera captures, the correlation was significant. Her phone had traveled the same route during the same window. She had claimed to be home. The cell data said she was not. Cell tower placement is not GPS. It does not put a device at a specific address only within a coverage area, but the coverage area in question was specific enough, and the tower sequence directional enough that the correlation required explanation. Brielle had not offered one. She had said she was home. The data said the home tower did not register her device during the critical period. Romero presented the accumulated picture to Ada Navarro in a 2-hour briefing 10 days after Elena's death. He laid it out in sequence: the social history and motive, the surveillance corridor, the cell data, the footwear impression, the fiber thread, the bleach scrub sneakers, the interview behavior, the absent questions. Navarro listened without interrupting, which was her habit in these briefings, and which always made the detectives presenting to her slightly nervous because it was impossible to tell whether silence meant agreement or reservation. When Romero finished, she was quiet for a moment and then said 2 things. The first was that the case was strong enough to arrest on murder and tampering charges. The second was that it was not yet strong enough to guarantee conviction, because the defense would attack every piece as approximate and cumulative rather than definitive, and she needed something that converted the pattern into proof of intent. She needed something that put Brielle's planning inside the evidence record rather than merely implied by it. She thanked Romero for the work, told him to keep pulling threads, and went back to her desk. Neither of them knew yet that the thread they needed was sitting in a kitchen drawer 3 streets from the Torres house, quietly syncing to a cloud account on a tablet nobody had thought to check. The second formal interview with Brielle took place 14 days after the first, requested by investigators after the cell data analysis was complete. She arrived again with Keene, this time without her parents, and the dynamic in the room was subtly different from the first session. Keene was more directive, more present, more visibly alert to every question before Brielle answered. Brielle was still composed, but the composition required slightly more visible maintenance than it had the first time. A pause before answering that was a beat too long to be natural. A brief check of Keene's expression before responding to anything geographic. When presented with the cell tower correlation, she said she must have been near the window of her house, which faced the direction of the tower. When pressed on why her device did not register on the home tower at any point during the window, she said she did not understand how cell towers worked and would defer to technical experts. When shown the convenience store still frame, she said lots of people had white puffer jackets. When shown the gas station footage timestamp, she said the image quality made it impossible to identify any specific vehicle. She was careful, controlled, and entirely unwilling to give ground on anything that could be verified. But the interview produced one moment that Romero would return to repeatedly in the weeks that followed. Near the end of the session, after the formal questions had concluded and Keene was gathering his materials and the energy in the room had shifted toward conclusion, Romero asked one final question in a conversational tone, as if it were an afterthought rather than the most important thing he had asked all session. He said, "Is there anything you think we might have missed? Anything that might help us understand what happened to Elena?" It was the kind of question designed to fill the silence that follows official proceedings, the kind that sometimes produces answers people did not intend to give. Brielle looked at him for exactly 2 seconds, long enough for something to move behind her eyes, not guilt exactly, but its architectural cousin, the recognition of a question that has a dangerous answer. And then she smiled. Not the smirk from the courtroom, a smaller, more controlled version, and she said, "I think you've been pretty thorough." Romero thanked her and closed his notebook. In the parking lot afterward, he sat in his car for 10 minutes before starting the engine, thinking about the specific grammar of that sentence. Not, "I don't know anything else." Not, "I wish I could help more." "I think you've been pretty thorough." As if she were grading his work. As if the investigation were something she was observing from a position of superior knowledge, waiting to see how close it would get before she decided whether to be concerned. As if she already knew the answer to the question she was certain he had not yet thought to ask. The evidence that changed everything was not found by detectives. It was found by a 22-year-old woman in a dark kitchen at 11 o'clock on a Wednesday night, looking for something else entirely, who opened a folder she had not opened in months and found that the cloud her sister had forgotten about had been keeping records all along. Madison Parker did not call the police that night. She sat at the kitchen table with the tablet in front of her and read what it contained 3 times. Closing and reopening the application between each reading as if the content might change. It did not change. She closed the tablet, put it back in the drawer, plugged it into its charger, and sat in the dark kitchen for a long time, listening to the sound of the house around her. Brielle was upstairs. She could hear the television through the ceiling. She sat there in the dark below it with the knowledge of what the cloud had saved, and began the slow, devastating work of deciding what to do with a truth that was going to cost her everything except her conscience. The Parker household in the weeks following Brielle's arrest had taken on the particular atmosphere of a place where everyone is performing a version of normal that nobody actually believes. Gerald Parker moved through the house with the mechanical steadiness of a man who had decided that routine was the only available substitute for understanding. He went to work, came home, ate dinner, watched the evening news with the volume slightly lower than usual, and did not speak about the case unless spoken to first. Diane Parker did the opposite. She spoke about it constantly, but only in one direction, cycling through the same sequence of statements like a recording stuck in a loop. Brielle was innocent. The police had built a narrative around the wrong person. The evidence was circumstantial. The town had already decided, and the trial would prove them wrong. She said these things to Gerald, to family friends, to the victim services coordinator who called to check in, and to Madison, who listened each time with the expression of someone absorbing sound rather than meaning, waiting for the conversation to end so she could go back to being alone with what she knew. Madison had moved back into her childhood bedroom 3 weeks after Brielle's arrest, telling herself it was to support the family and telling herself a separate, quieter truth that she was not yet ready to name out loud. She needed to be in the house. She needed to watch Brielle from close range, not with suspicion, or not only with suspicion, but with the particular attention of an older sibling who had spent a lifetime reading the specific frequency of a younger one, and was now trying to determine whether what she was reading was grief or performance or something that did not have a clean name yet. What she found in those first weeks was not reassuring. Brielle cried at appropriate moments. When their mother cried, when news coverage showed Elena's photograph, when the family attorney came to the house and used words like serious and timeline. But the crying stopped the moment the trigger stopped, with a completeness that natural grief rarely manages. Natural grief leaks. It arrives without invitation and lingers past the moment that produced it. Brielle's grief arrived on cue and departed the same way. The behaviors Madison noticed accumulated slowly, the way water rises, individually unremarkable, collectively alarming. Brielle washed her hands more than anyone in the house, not obsessively, but consistently, in the way of someone managing a physical reminder that kept returning. She asked legal questions in the form of hypotheticals, framed as curiosity about how the justice system worked. Did juvenile records follow you into adulthood? What did premeditation actually require to prove? How did forensic evidence get challenged in court? She asked these questions of Gerald, who had no legal expertise but who answered with the earnest helplessness of a father trying to be useful, never registering that the questions were too specific for innocent curiosity. She also asked them of the family attorney, who answered more carefully and who, Madison later learned, had specifically told Keene that Brielle seemed unusually focused on evidentiary standards for a teenager who maintained she had no involvement in the crime. But the moment that crystallized everything for Madison came not from a legal question or a behavioral pattern, but from a single sentence spoken in the kitchen on an otherwise ordinary Tuesday evening. Brielle had been watching news coverage of a separate case on her phone and had looked up at Madison with an expression that was almost amused and said, in a voice that carried the lightness of someone making casual conversation, "People really think cameras catch everything, don't they?" It was not directed at the case. It was not an admission. It was the kind of remark that could belong to 100 different contexts and mean nothing in any of them. But Madison had heard it, and she had filed it, and she had sat with it that night, staring at the ceiling of her childhood bedroom, turning it over and examining it from every angle. Until she arrived at the understanding that it sounded exactly like someone who knew specifically what the cameras had and had not caught. It sounded like relief wearing the disguise of observation. It was not suspicion that led Madison to the tablet. It was the combination of practical instinct and the specific dread of someone who has been circling a conclusion for weeks and finally runs out of reasons not to look directly at it. She was searching for a folder of family photographs that Diane had asked her to compile for a character reference submission. Images of Brielle at family events, birthday parties, holidays, the visual record of an ordinary childhood that the defense wanted to place before the court as context. Madison knew the old tablet had been used as a shared family photo backup. She opened the application. I found the photo folder, began scrolling, and then noticed that the recently deleted section had a refreshed timestamp from 6 days ago. The tablet had been sitting in that drawer for months. Nothing should have been refreshing. She tapped the folder and found it was not empty. The first file she opened was a note, fragmented and written in the shorthand that Brielle had used since middle school. Abbreviated words, initials in place of names, the compressed private language of someone writing quickly for their own reference rather than anyone else's comprehension. It took Madison less than a minute to decode it, because she had grown up with that shorthand, had received birthday card messages in it, had read past notes written in it during family road trips when they were children. Meet E alone, no phones, wipe handle, dump after. Don't let her make me look stupid. She read it twice. She read the last sentence a third time. Then she opened the next file and found the draft apology message, the carefully workshopped reconciliation text that Elena had received from the prepaid number, preserved here in its original form on Brielle's cloud account, with 2 earlier drafts beneath it, showing the refinements Brielle had made to the tone and wording before she was satisfied with it. Madison sat very still for a long time. The house was quiet around her. The television murmured from upstairs. She did not open the voice memo that night. She saw the file in the list, 9 seconds, created on the Friday Elena died. And she closed the application before she could tap it, because some part of her understood that once she heard it, the last possibility of an alternative explanation would close permanently. She needed one more night with the door still theoretically open, even though she already knew what was behind it. She put the tablet back in the drawer and went to bed and lay awake until 3 a.m, thinking about every version of the context that could make those notes mean something other than what they appeared to mean. She constructed explanations, fiction writing, copied content, dark curiosity about crime that had nothing to do with reality. She built them carefully and examined them honestly and watched them collapse one by one against the specific weight of "Don't let her make me look stupid," written in Brielle's own shorthand about a person named E, in a note that also contained instructions for wiping a handle and dumping something after. The pre-trial hearing 3 days later was what finished the process of deciding. Madison attended not because she was required to, but because she needed to see Brielle in the courtroom, needed to watch her in that specific environment to know whether what she was seeing at home was the same thing she was seeing in public. It was worse in public. Brielle sat at the defense table with the practiced composure that Keene had built into her, responding to proceedings with appropriate gravity, nodding at the right moments, keeping her expression calibrated for the jury's benefit, even though the jury was not yet seated. And then Maribel Torres stood to address the court during a victim rights procedural moment, and Maribel's voice broke on the second word. And Brielle's expression shifted for just a fraction of a second into something that was not grief and not discomfort, but something lighter, something that lived closer to entertainment. Madison saw it from 3 rows back and felt the last alternative explanation dissolve completely. She went home that evening and took the tablet from the drawer and plugged it into her laptop and downloaded the forensic backup application that preserved file metadata without altering timestamps. She had researched this in the preceding days, quietly, on her own phone, because she understood enough about chain of custody from watching crime coverage to know that how the evidence was handled mattered as much as what the evidence contained. She exported the backup log, the metadata, and the files in their original format. She created 3 copies on separate drives, and then she opened the voice memo and listened to it once, holding the tablet in both hands in the dark kitchen with the volume low enough that no one upstairs could hear it. 9 seconds. Brielle's voice, low and slightly excited, unmistakably hers. "She's still coming. She thinks we're talking. After tonight, she won't get to ruin anything." Madison set the tablet on the table in front of her and did not move for several minutes. Then she picked up her phone and found ADA Navarro's office number, which she had looked up 2 days earlier without yet being ready to use it. She stared at the number. Upstairs, Brielle laughed at something on television. Madison pressed call. The call lasted 4 minutes. Navarro answered on the second ring, which suggested either late hours or an expectation of exactly this kind of contact. Madison identified herself and said she had digital evidence recovered from a household cloud account that she believed was directly relevant to the case against her sister. She said she needed chain of custody documented from the moment she handed the material over because she anticipated the defense would challenge its authenticity on the basis of familial bias. Navarro said she understood and asked Madison to come to her office the following morning with everything she had collected. Madison said she would. She hung up, sat in the dark kitchen for another long minute, and then looked at the ceiling above her, in the direction of the sound of the television, and felt the specific weight of what she had just set in motion. She was not angry. She was not righteous. She was simply exhausted in the way of someone who has been carrying a truth that was never hers to carry and has finally found the place to set it down. Martin Keene had defended 17 juveniles charged with violent crimes in his career, and he had learned through those 17 cases that the most dangerous thing a young defendant could possess was not a bad alibi or weak evidence, but unmanageable confidence. Confidence that leaked through coached expressions. Confidence that surfaced in the wrong moments as the wrong sound. Confidence that had already leaked once in courtroom 4 when Brielle Parker leaned back during Maribel Torres's impact statement and produced a sound that 14 people in the jury pool would remember long after they had forgotten more technically significant details. Keene had been managing that moment ever since, constructing a narrative around it that reframed it as nervous dissociation rather than contempt. The involuntary response of a frightened teenager overwhelmed by a proceeding she did not know how to process emotionally. He had presented this reframing to Belle herself, explaining carefully why it mattered that she accept it as the official version of events. Belle had listened, nodded, and then asked him whether the jury had noticed. Not whether the explanation was convincing, whether they had noticed. The distinction told him everything he needed to know about the challenge ahead. The legal strategy Keene had constructed was built on 3 pillars, each of which was defensible in isolation and collectively formed a reasonable doubt architecture that he believed could survive a competent prosecution. The first pillar was the absence of the murder weapon. No knife had been recovered from Belle's vehicle, her bedroom, or any location connected to her movements in the days following Elena's death. Without the weapon, the prosecution could not establish a direct physical link between Belle's hands and Elena's fatal wound. The second pillar was the absence of an eyewitness. No one had seen Belle at the reservoir that night. The surveillance footage was suggestive, but not definitive. Common vehicle, approximated build, degraded image quality. The third pillar was the possibility of alternative explanation for each forensic piece individually. Fibers could be secondary transfer. Cell data placed a device near a tower, not at a specific address. The footwear impression was sized, but not conclusively matched. Each piece alone was arguable. Keene's job was to prevent the prosecution from presenting them as a unified whole, rather than a collection of approximate parts. What Keene had not yet fully accounted for was the behavioral evidence that Belle was generating independently of anything he could control. The monitored jail calls began after her arrest and formal charging, and they produced a record of communication that contradicted the carefully managed courtroom performance with uncomfortable regularity. On a call placed 6 days after her arrest, Belle told a cousin that the detectives working her case were idiots with screenshots who thought surveillance footage was the same thing as proof. And on a second call 3 days later, she asked the same cousin to remind mutual friends that she had been home by 9 that night, phrasing it not as a request to share the truth, but as a request to reinforce a specific version of events, a distinction that prosecutors would later present to the jury as evidence of coordinated alibi construction. On a third call, she asked whether people online thought she looked pretty in the news footage. Not innocent. Pretty. The jail calls were a prosecution gift that Keene had tried to minimize through a pretrial motion arguing selective admissibility on the grounds that the emotional vulnerability of incarceration produced statements unrepresentative of his client's actual psychological state. But Judge Hart had reviewed the motion and denied it with a written ruling that was brief enough to sting. The calls were voluntary, the monitoring was disclosed at the outset of every call, and the content was relevant to both state of mind and evidence of coordination. Keene accepted the ruling professionally and moved forward, but the calls remained in the record, waiting to be played for a jury that would hear in them exactly what they contained. Not a frightened teenager. A teenager managing a situation she still believed she could manage, irritated by the inconvenience of scrutiny, but not yet genuinely afraid of its consequences. Belle's private behavior inside the Parker household, which Madison had been observing with the patient, exhausted attention of someone who could not stop noticing. I continued to generate details that contradicted the performance Keene was carefully building in public spaces. She had developed a habit of checking local news coverage of the case on her phone and then reporting its content to Gerald and Diane with a particular editorial framing, emphasizing pieces that seemed favorable, dismissing pieces that did not, presenting herself as a calm analyst of her own situation rather than a participant in it. When a local news segment focused on Elena's family and included a lengthy interview with Sophia, Belle watched it in the living room with the family and said afterward, in a voice that carried genuine calculation rather than genuine empathy, that Sophia came across as too emotional to be credible. Gerald had not responded. Diane had nodded. Madison had looked at the wall and said nothing. The question of whether Belle would testify in her own defense was one Keene returned to repeatedly in their preparation sessions, approaching it from different angles each time and receiving responses that made him increasingly reluctant to put her on the stand. She was articulate and composed and physically sympathetic in the way that 17-year-old girls in cream blouses tend to be in front of juries. Those were arguments for testimony. Against them was the specific quality of Belle's composure. It was the composure of someone who believed they were smarter than the room, and that belief had a way of appearing in cross-examination at exactly the moments when it was most damaging. Keene had done mock cross-examinations with her, playing the role of a hostile prosecutor, and in the moments that concerned him were not the moments when she struggled to answer, but the moments when she did not struggle at all. When she answered questions about Elena's death with the smooth efficiency of someone who had rehearsed not the answers, but the performance of not having rehearsed the answers. The digital forensics work on Belle's factory reset phone had produced results that the defense received in discovery and that Keene studied with the careful attention of a man looking for holes in a net. Analysts had recovered a deleted search cluster using file fragment reconstruction software, a process that extracted surviving metadata from storage sectors that had not been fully overwritten despite the factory reset. The searches were time-stamped the week before Elena's death. They included, how long does luminol work after bleach? Can phone towers place you exactly? Juvenile murder sentence first offense? And how to delete texts permanently iPhone. Taken individually, each search had a potential innocent explanation. Taken together in the week before a murder that involved bleach cleanup, cell tower evidence, a juvenile defendant, and a missing victim phone, they formed a pattern that was going to be very difficult to present to a jury as coincidence. Keene filed a motion to limit their presentation as prejudicially cumulative. Judge Hart denied it. The searches were going in. The week before trial was scheduled to begin, Madison delivered the tablet and its backed-up contents to Ada Navarro's office in a meeting that lasted 2 hours and 40 minutes, and that Madison described afterward to no one because she did not have anyone in her immediate life she trusted with the specifics. Navarro walked her through the chain of custody documentation with meticulous care, photographing the tablet's physical condition, logging the serial number and cloud account information, and arranging for independent digital forensic extraction that would verify Madison's own backup without depending on it. The extraction team worked overnight and produced a report by the following morning confirming that the files were authentic, that the metadata timestamps were consistent with the account sync history, and that there was no evidence of external modification. So the files were what Madison said they were. The voice memo was what it sounded like. Navarro read the extraction report at 7 in the morning with a cup of coffee going cold beside her, and then called Romero and said 4 words. "We have the bridge." Belle did not know about the tablet submission. She had no reason to think about the tablet at all. She had not thought about it since the night she had borrowed it months earlier, and the cloud account connection had never crossed her mind because she had not set up the account herself and had not been the one to manage the household sync settings. Madison had done all of that years ago, and Belle had simply used the device and moved on. That gap between what Belle had deleted and what the cloud had preserved was the forensic equivalent of the space between what a person believes they have done and what they have actually done. She believed she had erased the past. The past had a second copy she had not known existed, and the person who found it was the one person in her life who had both the technical knowledge to understand its significance and the moral clarity, arrived at slowly and painfully, to do something about it. The prosecution's trial preparation accelerated once the tablet evidence was confirmed. Navarro restructured her exhibit sequence to build toward the digital files as a climactic reveal rather than presenting them early, a strategic choice designed to let the defense commit fully to its narrative before the evidence collapsed it. She wanted Keene locked into his version. No weapon, no witness, no intent proof. before she introduced a note that contained instructions, a draft that matched the lure, and a voice memo that announced the plan in Brielle's own voice 9 seconds before the girl she was describing walked into the trap. The sequencing was deliberate, and it was patient, and it was the kind of prosecutorial architecture that Navarro had spent 20 years learning to build. The kind where the last piece does not just add to the evidence, but retroactively reframes every piece that came before it. The night before trial, Brielle sat in her cell and ran through the checklist one final time. No weapon recovered, no eyewitness placed, no direct forensic match conclusive enough to stand alone. She had said nothing incriminating in any recorded interview. She had maintained her alibi consistently. She had performed remorse at appropriate moments and composure at appropriate moments, and the blend, she believed, was credible. She thought about Madison occasionally in these calculations. Madison's distance, Madison's silence, Madison's careful avoidance of her eyes in the weeks before trial. She had attributed that to the strain of a family under pressure, the particular awkwardness of an older sibling who did not know how to manage the situation and had chosen withdrawal as the path of least resistance. She had not considered that withdrawal might look different from the inside than it looked from the outside. She had not considered that silence might be preparation rather than absence. As she lay back on the narrow mattress and stared at the ceiling and felt the particular confidence of someone who has planned for every contingency they can imagine. The contingency she could not imagine was already in an evidence bag with her name on the label. The trial began on a Monday morning in October with the specific gravity that first-degree murder trials always carry. The weight of permanence of a proceeding whose outcome will attach itself to everyone in the room for the rest of their lives. Brielle was brought in through the side entrance and guided to the defense table, where Keene was already seated, materials organized, expression professionally neutral. She sat down, folded her hands, and looked toward the front of the room. She was wearing a soft blue sweater that Keene had selected for its psychological associations. Calm, youthful, approachable. She looked exactly like what the defense needed her to look like. In the back of the room, Madison took her seat alone, 4 rows behind the Torres family, with her hands folded in her lap and her eyes on the witness stand, where she would sit in 3 days and say the thing that would end her sister's performance permanently. She had prepared her testimony with Navarro twice. She had rehearsed the chain of custody explanation, the discovery narrative, the turning point moment. She had not rehearsed what she would feel when she walked to that stand and looked at the room and understood that what she was about to do could not be undone. Some things you do not prepare for. You simply arrive at them and find out what you are made of. Understanding why Brielle Parker killed Elena Torres requires resisting the temptation to reach for the simplest available explanation and instead sitting with the more uncomfortable one. The simplest explanation is that a teenager panicked, that a confrontation escalated beyond what anyone intended, that a bad decision compounded itself into something irreversible in the space of a few uncontrolled minutes. That explanation is available, and it is clean, and it is the version Keene would spend considerable trial time constructing for the jury. But the evidence does not support it. The note with instructions predates the meeting. The prepaid phone was purchased 4 days before the meeting. The search history runs in the week before the meeting. The voice memo was recorded while Elena was still driving toward the reservoir, describing her arrival as an event already in progress rather than a situation about to go wrong. This was not a panic. This was a plan. And understanding the psychology that produced the plan requires understanding what Elena represented to Brielle that made silence feel like the only available solution. Clinical psychologists who later reviewed the behavioral record in academic contexts described Brielle's pattern in terms consistent with what is sometimes called coercive control orientation, a way of relating to the social world organized around the maintenance of dominance through information management, rather than genuine connection. People with this orientation do not experience relationships the way most people do. They experience them as ecosystems to be managed, with themselves at the controlling center. They collect information because information is leverage. They perform warmth because warmth produces access. They maintain loyalty through the implicit threat of what they know, and they respond to the withdrawal of that loyalty, not with grief, but with threat assessment. When someone steps outside their control radius, when someone refuses to be managed, names the manipulation publicly, or prepares to expose the architecture of their social ecosystem, the response is not proportionate. It is existential. Because for someone whose identity is organized around control, exposure does not feel like embarrassment. It feels like annihilation. Elena Torres had done 3 specific things that placed her in the category of existential threat rather than manageable inconvenience. She had named what Belle was doing to Sophia, clearly and directly, without being intimidated by Belle's performance of wounded innocence. She had documented it, building a paper trail that converted subjective interpretation into verifiable record. And she had announced her intention to share that record with institutional authority, school administration, parents, and potentially police, within a specific and imminent time frame. Each of these actions individually would have been threatening to someone with Belle's orientation. Together, they constituted the complete dismantling of the social infrastructure Belle had spent years constructing. The anonymous accounts, the information leverage, the carefully maintained reputation as a harmless, if occasionally dramatic teenager, all of it would collapse the moment Elena walked into a counselor's office with a documented file. Belle could not charm her way out of documentation. She could not perform innocence past timestamps and screenshots. Elena had to be stopped before she reached the door. The school counselor who had worked with Belle during her freshman and sophomore years provided investigators with a retrospective that was carefully framed as professional observation rather than clinical diagnosis, but whose content was consistent with the behavioral pattern the investigation had assembled from other sources. She described Belle as a student who presented as emotionally sophisticated, but whose sophistication was almost entirely performative. She could identify and produce the expected emotional response to any situation with impressive accuracy. But she showed limited evidence of genuine affect. She cried during discussions of difficult topics in ways that were technically correct: timing, volume, facial configuration. But that stopped abruptly when the discussion ended, without the residual emotional texture that genuine distress produces. She was articulate about her own feelings, but consistently unable to spontaneously articulate the feelings of others without first receiving a social cue that told her what the expected response was. The counselor had flagged this during a routine assessment and had recommended a more detailed evaluation. The recommendation had not been followed up because Belle's grades were good and her behavior was not disruptive, and the system, as it so often does, had prioritized the measurable over the invisible. Prior incidents in Belle's social history formed a pattern that was consistent across time and context in ways that mattered for the prosecution's intent argument. A girl named Kara had been Belle's closest friend during middle school until she had started spending time with a different social group. Within 3 weeks, private information Kara had shared only with Belle began appearing in the school's social ecosystem, slightly distorted in the way that makes denial impossible and confirmation equally impossible. Kara had never been able to prove the source. A boy named Marcus had dated Belle briefly in 9th grade and had ended the relationship after several weeks. Within a month, a rumor about Marcus had spread through the school that was specific enough to damage his social standing and vague enough to resist direct refutation. Marcus had told a friend at the time that Belle had warned him this would happen if he ended things. He had not reported it because he had no proof, and because the social cost of reporting it would have exceeded the social cost of absorbing it. These incidents were documented in interview records and were important not because they were criminal, but because they established a behavioral template, Belle responded to the loss of control over people with targeted, deniable damage. Elena was not the first person she had tried to silence. She was simply the first person she had run out of deniable methods to silence. Sophia's testimony in the prosecution's case provided the emotional center of the psychology chapter in a way that no expert witness could replicate. She described the specific quality of Elena's awareness of Belle, not fear exactly, but the particular alertness of someone who has correctly identified a pattern and is managing their proximity to it with deliberate care. She described the evening Elena had said that Belle was the kind of person who smiles while lying, and she described the context of it: the kitchen table, the algebra homework, the dishes in the sink, the completely ordinary domestic setting in which her sister had made a precise and accurate psychological observation that nobody had understood as significant until it was too late to act on it. Sophia said that Elena had not been afraid of Belle. She had been clear about Belle. She had understood what Belle was and had decided that clarity was sufficient protection. The tragedy, Sophia said, in a voice that the courtroom received in complete silence, was that Elena had been right about everything except the part where clarity keeps you safe. The prosecution's forensic psychologist, Dr. Amara Reed, testified about adolescent predatory planning in terms that were accessible to the jury without being sensationalized. She explained that adolescent offenders who engage in premeditated violence are frequently distinguished from impulsive adolescent offenders not by the presence of adult emotional sophistication, but by the specific combination of low empathy, high social intelligence, and what she called outcome fixation, the narrowing of all cognitive resources onto a single desired result to the exclusion of moral consideration. She was careful to say that she was not diagnosing Belle, only describing the behavioral and cognitive profile consistent with the evidence record. She explained that the planning behaviors documented in the case, researching forensic countermeasures, scripting the lure, selecting an isolated location, and staging a post-crime scene, were consistent with outcome fixation in an individual with high social intelligence and limited genuine empathic response. She said these behaviors were rare in adolescents, but not unprecedented, and that their presence in the evidence record was more consistent with intentional homicide than with impulsive confrontation. The defense's cross-examination of Dr. Reed was aggressive and technically competent, attacking the diagnostic limitations of behavioral profiling and the danger of constructing a psychological narrative backward from a desired conclusion. Keene made several strong points: that behavioral patterns do not constitute evidence of specific acts, that the profile Dr. Reed described could fit numerous individuals who had never committed violence, and that presenting psychology as evidence risked replacing proof with interpretation. Dr. Reed conceded each of these points where they were technically valid and held her ground where they were not. She agreed that behavioral profiling was not forensic proof. She did not agree that the specific combination of documented behaviors, pre-crime research, scripted communication, post-crime cleanup, was consistent with innocent activity, regardless of how they were assembled. The cross-examination was effective enough to create some doubt about the psychological testimony in isolation. It was not effective enough to undo the testimony's function, which was to give the jury a framework for understanding how the physical evidence and the digital evidence fit together as a coherent human story, rather than a collection of approximate data points. The evidence of Elena's resistance deserved its own space in the psychological narrative of the trial because it served a crucial function that was not forensic, but moral. Elena Torres had not been a passive victim. She had fought. The defensive injuries documented by the medical examiner, bruising on her left forearm, a cut consistent with deflecting a blade, the skin cells preserved under her fingernails, told the story of someone who had recognized the danger she was in and had responded to it with everything she had available. The prosecution presented this evidence not to dramatize Elena's death, but to restore her agency within it. She hadn't simply been overwhelmed. She had contested every second she could. She had reached for her attacker and taken a piece of them with her. That physical testimony mattered because it transformed Elena from a figure defined entirely by what was done to her into a person who had responded to the worst moment of her life with the same quality she had brought to every other moment. Active, aware, refusing to simply absorb what she had not consented to receive. The DNA results from the skin cells under Elena's fingernails arrived during the trial's evidence phase rather than before it, due to processing delays at the state lab that both sides had been notified of in advance. The results were partial, sufficient for statistical significance, but not the clean profile the prosecution had hoped for, but sufficient nonetheless. But the partial profile was consistent with Belle Parker's DNA and inconsistent with Elena's own profile. Consistent with, rather than a definitive match, because of the degraded sample quality. Keene would attack the partial nature of the result with appropriate vigor during cross-examination of the DNA analyst. But the jury would sit with the knowledge that Elena's fingernails had reached for someone and come away with biological material that was consistent with the only person the evidence had ever pointed toward. The attack had been so one-directional, so thoroughly documented, so completely unsupported by any alternative theory, that the DNA result did not need to be definitive to be devastating. It simply needed to be consistent. And it was. The motive, fully assembled, was both simple and precise. And Elena Torres was going to expose Belle Parker's sustained harassment campaign against a 16-year-old girl. She had the documentation to make the exposure credible and the character to make it stick. Belle could not charm her way past timestamps. She could not perform innocence past screenshots. She could not manage Elena the way she had managed everyone else, because Elena had already seen through the management and had stopped being susceptible to it. Belle had two options. Let Elena walk into that counselor's office and watch the carefully constructed social architecture of her life collapse into accountability, or stop Elena before she reached the door. She chose the second option with 4 days of preparation and a 9-second voice memo and a prepaid phone and a bleach bottle and the specific, a terrible confidence of someone who believed that deletion was the same as disappearance. She had been wrong about the cloud. She had been wrong about the tablet. And she had been wrong, most fundamentally, about Madison, about the assumption that blood would always choose blood over truth, that a sister's loyalty was an unconditional resource she could draw on indefinitely without ever having to account for what she was asking it to cover. The day Dr. Reed completed her testimony, Madison sat in the gallery and listened to the defense argue that psychology was not proof, and behavior was not evidence, and interpretation was not fact. She listened to all of it carefully and found that none of it changed what she already knew, because what she knew did not come from interpretation or behavioral profiling or forensic inference. It came from a 9-second voice memo in a dark kitchen, spoken in a voice she had known her entire life, describing a 19-year-old girl driving toward a reservoir as an opportunity rather than a person. No profile was required to understand that. No framework was needed, only the specific, irreversible knowledge of having heard it, and the equally irreversible decision to make sure the right people heard it too. The pre-trial motions phase of a first-degree murder trial is where the architecture of justice becomes visible in its most technical and least cinematic form. It is where attorneys argue not about what happened, but about what the jury is allowed to know about what happened. And those arguments matter enormously, because a case built from circumstantial and digital evidence is only as strong as the pieces the court agrees to admit. Keene understood this better than most defense attorneys in the district, and he had filed 7 pretrial motions in the weeks before trial, with the systematic thoroughness of a man trying to remove load-bearing walls from a structure he needed to collapse. He challenged the cell tower data on the grounds that its geographic precision had been overstated in the investigative reports. He challenged the fiber analysis on the grounds that the methodology used to establish the manufacturing signature match had not been subjected to sufficient peer review in the specific application used. He challenged the footwear impression analysis on the grounds that the size range was too broad to constitute meaningful identification. He challenged the jail call recordings on the grounds of emotional vulnerability and contextual misrepresentation. He challenged the deleted search history on the grounds of prejudicial cumulation. He challenged the convenience store footage on the grounds of inadequate foundation for identification. And he challenged the tablet evidence on the grounds of authenticity, chain of custody, familial bias, and privacy. Judge Hart ruled on each motion with the methodical patience that had defined her courtroom for 2 decades. She granted one partial concession. The cell tower data would be presented with explicit limitations on geographic precision and accompanied by a jury instruction clarifying the difference between tower proximity and specific location. Every other motion was denied. The fiber analysis methodology was supported by sufficient expert foundation. The footwear impression would go in with appropriate qualification. The jail calls were voluntary and disclosed. The search history was relevant to intent, and its cumulative effect was probative rather than merely prejudicial. The convenience store footage would be admitted with the understanding that identification was a matter for the jury rather than the footage itself. And the tablet evidence, supported by independent forensic extraction and verified metadata, had sufficient foundation for admission. Keene received the rulings professionally, as he always did, and went back to his trial preparation with the knowledge that the walls he had tried to remove were staying up. His job now was to make the jury doubt their load-bearing function. The pre-trial period also produced a development that neither side had anticipated in its precise form. A second digital forensics report, commissioned by the defense, that was intended to challenge the tablet extraction, but that instead produced findings consistent with the prosecution's own analysis. Keene's digital expert had examined the tablet independently, hoping to find evidence of external manipulation, altered timestamps, or account access by someone other than Belle during the relevant period. What he found instead was a sync history so clean and consistent that it actually strengthened the prosecution's authenticity argument. The account had been continuously authenticated to Brielle's credentials. The sync events were automatic and time-stamped by the cloud server rather than the device. The deleted files had been preserved through a standard recovery protocol that neither Madison nor anyone else had the ability to manipulate without leaving traces that the extraction would have revealed. Keene reviewed the report in his office on a Thursday afternoon, sat with it for a long time, and then called Navarro to discuss whether a stipulation on the tablet's authenticity might serve his client better than a contested authentication argument that his own expert had just made harder to sustain. Navarro listened to his proposal, said she would consider it, and called back 2 hours later to decline. She wanted the authentication argued in front of the jury. She wanted them to watch the defense fail to shake it. The Torres family navigated the pre-trial period with the particular endurance of people who have already survived the worst thing and are now surviving the process designed to address it, which is a different kind of difficult because it requires patience rather than shock absorption. Mary Belle attended every hearing, sitting in the same seat in the gallery with the same dark blouse and the same folded hands and the same expression of concentrated attention that she maintained through procedural arguments about evidentiary standards and authentication methodology that had nothing to do with Elena as a person and everything to do with whether the truth about her death would be allowed into the room where it needed to be heard. And Roberto attended most hearings and missed several due to work obligations that the family could not afford to sacrifice, a practical reality that carried its own particular grief. The grief of a father who could not always be present at the proceedings determining justice for his daughter, because life does not pause its financial demands for loss. Sophia attended the hearings that Navarro specifically asked her to attend for victim rights procedural purposes, and she spent the others at school sitting in classes that felt completely abstract against the reality of what was happening in the courthouse 3 miles away. The public dimension of the case had grown steadily through the pre-trial period in the way that cases involving young defendants and young victims tend to grow when the facts become publicly available. Local news coverage had been consistent and fairly restrained. National true crime coverage had picked up the case approximately 6 weeks after Brielle's arrest, drawn by the specific combination of elements that generate sustained audience interest: youth, betrayal, digital evidence, family fracture. The Parker family had maintained complete public silence, which Keene had strongly advised, but Brielle's name and photograph were in wide circulation, and the broad outlines of the case were publicly known. This created a jury selection challenge that Keene had flagged early, and that Judge Hart had addressed with an extended voir dire process and a detailed questionnaire designed to identify potential jurors whose pretrial exposure had calcified into fixed conclusions. Should the jury ultimately seated consisted of people who had varying degrees of awareness of the case and uniform commitment, at least in their stated positions, to deciding it on the evidence presented rather than the narrative already available. Brielle's awareness of the public dimension of the case was a persistent management problem that surfaced in monitored communications and in her behavior during pretrial hearings. She tracked coverage on her phone during the periods when phone access was available to her, and she consistently evaluated coverage through the lens of personal image rather than factual accuracy. She expressed satisfaction when photographs used by news outlets showed her in what she considered flattering contexts, and dissatisfaction when coverage emphasized the victim's family in ways that she felt generated disproportionate public sympathy for the Torres side. She commented on social media discussion of the case in terms that suggested she was monitoring audience opinion, the way a person monitors reviews of a performance rather than the way an innocent person monitors reporting on a crime they did not commit. These communications were documented and preserved and would form part of the prosecution's state-of-mind evidence at trial, presented alongside the jail calls as a consistent pattern of image management that prioritized perception over reality and personal standing over the weight of what had happened to Elena Torres. Madison's preparation for testimony was conducted in 3 sessions with Navarro and a victim witness coordinator over the 2 weeks before trial began. The sessions were structured around the specific challenge of presenting evidence recovered by a family member in a way that was both technically credible and humanly comprehensible to a jury that would inevitably grapple with the question of motivation. Why had Madison come forward? Was it genuine civic conscience or something more complicated? Sibling rivalry? Personal grievance? The desire to be the family member who did the right thing in a family that had otherwise chosen denial? Navarro was direct with Madison about the fact that Keene would press these questions hard during cross-examination, and that her answers needed to be honest rather than managed. Because managed answers from a witness with familial motivation look exactly like managed answers, and juries can smell the difference. Madison said she understood. She said her answers were honest because the honest answers were the only ones available. She said there was no version of what she had found in that cloud backup that allowed her to remain silent and remain herself simultaneously. Navarro wrote that line down and asked if Madison minded if it came up during direct examination. Madison said she did not mind at all. The week before trial, Brielle requested a private meeting with Keene that lasted 2.5 hours, and that Keene later described to his associate as the most difficult client conversation of his professional life. Brielle wanted to know the precise content of the tablet evidence. She had known since discovery that Madison had provided digital files to the prosecution, but the specific content had been described in legal language in the discovery materials rather than plain terms, and she had convinced herself that the files were less damaging than they appeared on paper. Keene walked her through each item: the note, the draft message, the search fragments, the voice memo. He described the voice memo's content with clinical precision and then watched Brielle's expression cycle through something that was not quite fear and not quite calculation, but lived in the narrow space between them. She asked how the defense was going to handle it. Keene said they were going to challenge the authenticity, the chain of custody, and the interpretation. Brielle asked what happened if the challenge failed. Keene said he would continue building reasonable doubt on every other piece of the case. Brielle looked at him for a long moment and then said, in a voice that was quieter than her usual register, that she had not thought about the tablet. She said it the way people say things they have just understood are catastrophic, not with drama, but with the specific flatness of someone adjusting their entire internal map of a situation they believed they understood. Keene said he knew. He said they would deal with it. He said the jury had not heard it yet, and juries were unpredictable, and reasonable doubt was a high standard, and there were still paths available. He said all of this because it was his job to say it, and because some of it was even true. But he drove home that evening with the specific weight of a defense attorney who has just confirmed that his client's cleanup missed the most important thing, and that the person who found it was going to walk into court in 6 days and describe it to 12 people under oath. The night before trial, Navarro reviewed her exhibit sequence one final time in her office with the building largely empty around her. She had organized the presentation in 3 movements: the physical evidence that established presence and action, the digital evidence from the investigation that established pattern and planning, and the tablet evidence that established intent in Brielle's own words. The third movement was the one that mattered most, not because the first 2 were weak, but because the third one answered the question the first 2 could only imply. You could look at the surveillance footage and the fiber analysis and the cell data and the search history and arrive at a strong suspicion that Brielle Parker had been at the reservoir that night. What you could not arrive at without the tablet was the knowledge that she had planned to be there for a specific purpose that she had articulated to herself in writing before she drove there. The tablet turned a case about what happened into a case about what was intended. And intent was the difference between first-degree murder and every lesser alternative the defense might propose. The Torres family spent the night before trial in the way families facing long-awaited proceedings tend to spend such nights, together in a way that did not require conversation, sharing the same space and the same silence and the same unspoken understanding that tomorrow was going to be one of the hardest days any of them had experienced since the morning Roberto found his daughter in the grass at the reservoir overlook. Mary Belle cooked a full meal that nobody ate very much of. Roberto washed the dishes when dinner was finished, which was his habit and which had become in the months since Elena's death a small ritual of normalcy that the family had stopped taking for granted. Sophia sat at the kitchen table after dinner with Elena's photograph in front of her and a notebook in which she had been writing and rewriting a single paragraph for 3 weeks. The statement she would read to the court during victim impact proceedings, the paragraph in which she would try to tell 12 strangers what it meant that her sister had left the porch light on and never come back to turn it off. She crossed out the last sentence again and wrote a new one. Then she closed the notebook and looked at Elena's photograph for a long time and said quietly, to nobody in particular and to her sister specifically, that tomorrow was going to be the day the truth finally got to speak for itself. And in the Parker house, 3 streets away, the tablet sat in an evidence storage facility across town, awaiting to do exactly that. The first morning of trial arrived with the particular weight of proceedings that have been anticipated so long they have taken on a life separate from their actual content. People had been waiting for this trial for 7 months. The Torres family, the Cedar Glen neighborhood, the local press, the online communities that had tracked the case through its investigative and pre-trial phases with the sustained attention of people who understand that justice is not guaranteed, and therefore watch it closely. The courthouse opened its doors at 8 in the morning, and the gallery filled within 40 minutes, a mixture of press, community members, and the specific category of trial observer who comes not for entertainment, but for the particular civic satisfaction of watching accountability move through its formal stages. The Torres family arrived together and were guided to their reserved seats in the front gallery row by a victim witness coordinator who had been with them through every proceeding. They arranged themselves in the same formation they had maintained throughout the pretrial period. Belle closest to the center aisle, Roberto beside her, Sophia at the end with Elena's photograph in her lap, slightly bent at the edges now from 7 months of being carried. Belle was brought in through the side entrance at 8:45, 15 minutes before proceedings were scheduled to begin, and guided to the defense table where Keene was already seated with his materials organized in the careful architecture of a man who had prepared as thoroughly as preparation allowed. She was wearing the soft blue sweater that Keene had selected, hair down and simply arranged, hands folded in front of her as she took her seat, with the controlled composure that 7 months of legal coaching had refined into something that looked almost natural. Almost. The gallery watched her enter with the concentrated attention of people who have been told something about a person and are now examining the person against the information. Several jurors, already seated in the box after the previous day's final selection procedures, also watched. Juror number 3, a retired teacher in her early 60s, I later told a court observer during a post-verdict interview that she had decided nothing from Belle's entrance, but that she had noticed the entrance, the specific quality of its management, in a way that stayed with her through the entire trial. Judge Hart entered at precisely 9 o'clock, which everyone in the courthouse expected, and which still produced the reflexive straightening and silence that judicial authority reliably generates. She settled into her seat, reviewed the morning's schedule briefly, and looked at both counsel tables with the steady, measuring attention of someone who has run enough trials to know that the first morning sets a tone that is very difficult to correct later. She addressed the jury with the preliminary instructions that are standard in first-degree murder proceedings: the presumption of innocence, or the burden of proof, the difference between evidence and argument, the requirement that their conclusions be based on what they heard in this room rather than what they may have encountered outside it. She delivered these instructions in the unhurried voice of someone who means them, not as procedural formality, but as genuine framework. And the jury received them with the focused attention of people who understand that they are being asked to carry something serious and are taking the responsibility seriously. Ada Navarro rose for her opening statement and approached the jury with the specific physical quality that effective prosecutors cultivate over years of practice. Present without being aggressive, authoritative without being distant, carrying the gravity of the case in her posture without performing it in her expression. She began not with the crime, but with Elena. She described Elena Torres in 3 sentences that were so precisely chosen they functioned as a portrait. A 19-year-old who worked early shifts so her family could have more, who documented cruelty because she believed it deserved to be seen, and who drove to a reservoir on a Friday evening to stop a 17-year-old from hurting her little sister. Then Navarro said that Elena never came home from that drive, and she let the sentence sit in the room for a full 3 seconds before continuing. Those 3 seconds were not theatrical. They were accurate. They gave the jury the space to understand what the case was actually about before the legal architecture of it was introduced. Navarro then walked the jury through the state's theory with the methodical clarity of someone who has organized an enormous amount of information into its most comprehensible sequence. She described the harassment campaign against Sophia, Elena's documentation of it, and the warning she had sent to Belle 11 days before her death. She described the prepaid phone purchased 4 days after that warning, the carefully drafted lure message, the isolated meeting location, and the surveillance corridor that placed Belle's vehicle following Elena toward the reservoir on the night she died. She described the physical evidence at the scene, the mud in the passenger footwell, the blood sequence, the defensive injuries, the fiber thread, the footwear impression. She described the deleted searches from the week before the murder. And then she paused and told the jury that before the trial concluded, they would hear evidence that showed them not just what Belle had done, but what she had planned to do, in her own words, preserved in a place she had forgotten existed. She did not describe the tablet evidence in detail. She simply promised it was coming and let that promise sit in the jury's awareness like a question waiting for its answer. Keene's opening statement was technically accomplished and strategically coherent, built around the three pillars he had identified during pre-trial preparation. No weapon, no eyewitness, no definitive forensic placement, and delivered in the measured tone of a man who is not trying to make the jury angry or emotional, but is instead asking them to be rigorous. He acknowledged Elena's death directly and with apparent genuine solemnity, which was important because juries distrust defense attorneys who appear indifferent to victims. He said the Torres family deserved justice, and that real justice required the right person, proven beyond reasonable doubt, and that the state's case was built from approximation, inference, and the kind of emotional logic that felt compelling but did not meet the legal standard required to take a 17-year-old's future. He described the forensic evidence as suggestive rather than conclusive, the surveillance footage as consistent with hundreds of vehicles driven by thousands of people, the cell data as geographic proximity rather than specific placement. He was careful not to overcommit to any single alternative theory, on leaving the door open for the jury to doubt without requiring them to believe a specific other version of events. The first witnesses called by the prosecution were character and context witnesses whose function was to establish Elena's world before the crime evidence was introduced. Patricia from Harlow's Bakery testified about Elena's work history and her mention of the situation with Belle approximately 6 weeks before her death. A community college instructor testified about Elena's academic engagement and her specific interest in patient advocacy. A neighbor from Sycamore Court testified about Elena's habit of walking Sophia home from the bus stop in bad weather. Each witness was brief, focused, and humanizing without being sentimental. And the cumulative effect was exactly what Navarro had designed it to be. A jury that understood Elena Torres as a specific, irreplaceable person before they were asked to process the clinical details of how she had died. Keene's cross-examinations of these witnesses were minimal and tactful. He had no interest in attacking Elena's character. His interest was in the evidence, and the evidence had not yet arrived. Sophia's testimony came on the afternoon of the first day and was the emotional center of the prosecution's opening witness sequence. She was 16 years old, and she walked to the stand with the careful steadiness of someone who has been told to breathe and is following the instruction with great deliberateness. Navarro began with simple, grounding questions: her name, her relationship to Elena, on how long they had lived on Sycamore Court, before moving into the substance of what she had experienced. Sophia described the harassment in detail that was specific enough to be credible and measured enough to be clearly not exaggerated. She described the burner accounts, the distorted private information, the specific post that had contained details about her medical appointment. She described telling Elena and Elena listening, and Elena staying longer than the algebra required because Sophia needed company more than she needed equations. She described Elena saying that Belle was the kind of person who smiles while lying. She said it in the same flat, accurate tone Elena had used when she said it, and the courtroom received it in the silence of recognition. Then Navarro asked Sophia about the last Friday evening, and Sophia's voice changed in the way voices change when they move from documented history into personal loss. She described Elena showering and changing and eating standing at the counter because she was not very hungry. She described Elena kissing the top of her head before leaving. She described the text at 8:57, almost done, home soon, and the call at 9:18 that went to voicemail and the location dot that froze and disappeared. She described her father leaving in the car with his headlights on, and her mother calling numbers that did not answer, and herself sitting on the front steps, refreshing a screen that told her nothing. She described all of this without breaking down, maintaining the controlled precision she had prepared for. Until Navarro asked her one final question, whether there was anything she wished she had said to Elena before she left that night. Sophia was quiet for a moment. Then she said she wished she had told her not to go. She said she had almost said it. She said Elena had been halfway through the door when Sophia had opened her mouth and then closed it again because she had not wanted to make a big thing out of nothing. She stopped speaking. The courtroom stayed with her in that silence, in the specific, irreversible geography of the almost said thing, for a long moment before Navarro gently thanked her and told her she could step down. Keene's cross-examination of Sophia was brief and careful. I focused on establishing that Sophia had not personally witnessed any interaction between Belle and Elena on the night in question and had no direct knowledge of who Elena had met at the reservoir. Sophia confirmed both of these things without defensiveness. She had not been there. She had not seen Belle. What she had seen was her sister leave and not come back, and what she had documented was the harassment that gave someone a reason to make sure she did not. Keene did not press further. There was nothing to gain from pressing a 16-year-old girl about whether she had witnessed a murder she had described only in the terms of its aftermath, and everything to lose from appearing to do so in front of a jury watching every interaction with the moral attention of people who have been asked to decide something that matters permanently. Detective Romero took the stand on the afternoon of the first day and the morning of the second, walking the jury through the investigative timeline with the methodical precision that had characterized his approach to the case from the first night at the reservoir. He described the scene, the staging assessment, the sequence of physical evidence collection, the surveillance network analysis, the cell data correlation, and the interview behavior that had shaped the investigation's direction. He was a good witness in the specific way that experienced investigators are good witnesses. He presented information without editorial inflation, acknowledged uncertainty where it existed, and answered Keene's cross-examination questions directly without becoming defensive. Keene focused his cross on the staging assessment, Yawas challenging the basis for Romero's conclusion that the scene had been deliberately arranged rather than organically produced by a violent confrontation between two people. Romero acknowledged that staging was an interpretive conclusion based on the totality of observed evidence rather than a single definitive indicator. He said that the totality of observed evidence was what had led him to that conclusion. He said it had not changed. By the end of the second day, the jury had received Elena's world, Elena's loss, the physical evidence of her death, and the investigative framework that connected the physical evidence to Belle Parker. They had received all of it through witnesses who were credible, measured, and consistent. They had not yet received the digital evidence from the investigation's forensic analysis, and they had not yet received the tablet. But they had received enough to understand the shape of the case, and several of them had been watching Belle across those 2 days with the quiet, sustained attention of people who are forming impressions they are not yet prepared to call conclusions. Belle had maintained her composure through all of it, the physical evidence, the Sophia testimony, the Romero timeline. She had kept her hands folded and her expression calibrated and her eyes directed appropriately. She had not laughed again since the day of the impact statement, but in the back of the gallery, Madison had watched her sister perform competent innocence for 2 full days, and she had felt something settle further in her chest with every passing hour, on the specific certainty of someone who knows that what is coming cannot be performed past. The tablet was coming, the voice memo was coming. And when it arrived, there would be nothing in Keene's coaching inventory that could tell Brielle's face what to do with hearing her own voice describe Elena Torres as an opportunity 9 seconds before she drove to her death. The third day of trial belonged to the evidence, and the evidence arrived in the methodical, cumulative way that Navarro had designed from the beginning, not as a single dramatic revelation, but as a sequence of interlocking pieces that each answered a question while simultaneously raising a larger one, building toward the moment when all the questions resolved into a single unavoidable answer. The medical examiner, Dr. Patricia Osei, took the stand first, and she brought with her the specific authority of someone who speaks for the dead in the only language the living can verify. The language of the body itself, its injuries and their sequence, its resistance and its collapse. The physical record of what happened to Elena Torres between 8:57 p.m., when she sent her last text, and the dawn, when a county road worker found her sedan with the door half open and the interior light dead. Dr. Osei had testified in over 200 cases in her career and had learned that the most effective testimony is not the most dramatic, but the most precise, and she delivered her findings with a clinical exactness that made the content land harder than theatrics would have. The injury sequence was the first thing Dr. Osei established, because sequence was the difference between a confrontation that escalated and a plan that executed. The blunt force trauma to Elena's left temporal region had occurred first, delivered from the passenger side, while Elena was in or near the driver's seat, consistent with a blow from someone positioned to her right. The angle and force of the impact were consistent with a deliberate strike rather than a collision or accidental contact. It required intention and proximity, someone close enough to reach across or lean in, someone who had chosen a moment when Elena's attention was partially directed elsewhere. The trauma had been sufficient to cause disorientation, but not immediate incapacitation, which explained the blood on the steering wheel and the door frame. Elena had survived the first blow and had tried, in the seconds that followed, to do what injured people instinctively do when they understand they are in danger. She had tried to get out. The defensive injuries told the second part of the sequence with a specificity that the courtroom received in profound silence. The bruising on Elena's left forearm was consistent with raising her arm to deflect a downward strike, the instinctive protective gesture of someone who saw the second phase of the attack coming and put their arm between themselves and it. The shallow cut on her left palm was consistent with grabbing at a blade, the desperate reflex of someone trying to take a weapon from the person using it. These injuries placed Elena outside the car, partially upright, fighting. The stab wound that had been ultimately fatal was located on her left lateral torso, in the position consistent with someone turning away, twisting to run, receiving the blow from behind and to the side as they tried to create distance. She had almost created enough. She had been close enough to the brush that she had reached it before she fell. Dr. Osei said this with the careful neutrality of a forensic professional, and the jury sat with it the way you sit with something that is both technical and human simultaneously, understanding the clinical description and feeling the person inside it. Keene's cross-examination of Dr. Osei attempted to introduce the possibility of a mutual confrontation, two people in a heated argument, physical contact escalating from both sides, a death that was tragic but not necessarily planned. Dr. Osei engaged each question with the same clinical precision she had brought to her direct testimony. She agreed that blunt force trauma could occur in the context of an unplanned confrontation. She did not agree that the specific sequence of injuries, the initial blow from a position of proximity while Elena was still seated, the pursuit to the door, the final wound delivered as Elena was turning to run, was consistent with mutual combat rather than directed violence against a person trying to escape. She said the injury map described an attacker and a person trying to get away from the attacker, and that those two roles were clearly distinguishable in the physical evidence. Keene accepted the answer and moved on because pressing further would have required him to argue with the body's own evidence, which is never a strategy that serves a defendant well in front of 12 people who have just been told exactly how that body had been injured. The digital forensics analyst, a state lab specialist named David Chen, took the stand after the lunch recess and spent the afternoon walking the jury through the electronic evidence with the accessible clarity of someone who had learned to explain technical concepts to non-technical audiences without condescension. He began with the cell tower records, presenting the data visually on a large display that showed Brielle's device traveling a geographic corridor during the critical window that was inconsistent with her claimed location at home. He was careful about the limitations. Tower data showed proximity to infrastructure, not specific addresses. But he was equally clear about what the data did show, which was a device moving in the same direction as Elena's phone during the same time period, through a coverage sequence that matched the route to the reservoir and back during the precise window the medical examiner had identified as consistent with time of death. The home tower that should have registered Brielle's device if she were sitting in her bedroom had not registered it once during that period. Not once. The prepaid phone investigation received its full presentation through Chen's testimony, and the jury watched the convenience store footage on the same large display with the focused attention of people looking for confirmation of what they already suspected. Chen walked them through the buyer's physical characteristics as documented by the store's camera, height, build, jacket, cap, and presented the statistical overlap between those characteristics and Brielle Parker's documented physical profile without overstating the identification. He was not saying this was definitively Brielle. He was saying the documented characteristics were consistent with Brielle in ways that, combined with the prepaid numbers used to contact Elena and the timing of the purchase relative to Elena's warning message, formed a coherent pattern. The jury watched the footage twice. Several of them made notes. Juror number 9, a logistics coordinator in his 40s who had been taking the most detailed notes of anyone in the box, underlined something twice during Chen's presentation of the purchase timestamp relative to Elena's warning message. The carrier records for the prepaid number were the piece of the digital evidence that most directly connected Brielle's planning to Elena's death, because they showed the message chain between the prepaid number and Elena's account in its entirety, including the carefully drafted apology that had lured Elena out and the subsequent silence after Elena's last reply confirming she was on her way. The jury read the chain on the display, and the gallery read it with them. Because the courtroom had the particular collective focus of a room where everyone is processing the same information simultaneously, and the silence has a texture to it. The texture of people understanding something they would prefer not to understand, because understanding it means someone planned this carefully enough to script it. Navarro let the message chain sit on the display for 30 seconds after Chen finished describing it, without speaking. And in those 30 seconds, the jury did the arithmetic that she needed them to do. A prepaid number, purchased for cash, used only to contact Elena, with a message workshopped to produce exactly the response it produced, sent from a device that a convenience store camera captured a person buying 4 days after Elena issued her warning. The arithmetic had one answer. The physical forensics portion of the day's testimony came from the crime scene analysts who had processed the reservoir overlook and Brielle's vehicle. The fiber evidence was presented with the manufacturing signature analysis that showed the thread from Elena's bumper and the thread from Brielle's trunk groove were not merely similar but identical in their construction profile. Same fiber type, same pile weight, same die batch characteristics, same loop density. The defense had argued secondary transfer, and the analyst acknowledged this was theoretically possible, while explaining that the secondary transfer argument required a shared environment where both Elena's vehicle and Brielle's vehicle had been in contact with the same source garment. No such shared environment had been identified. The footwear impression analysis followed, with the forensic podiatrist presenting the size range, tread pattern, and heel wear characteristic alongside photographs of the scrubbed sneakers recovered from Brielle's garage, noting the visual consistency between the tread design and the impression while being appropriately careful about the limitations of a comparison between a partial impression and a shoe whose soles had been cleaned. Visual consistency was not a definitive match, but it was one more piece pointing the same direction as every other piece. The DNA evidence arrived near the end of the day's testimony and was the piece the defense had been preparing most carefully to challenge. The DNA analyst presented the partial profile recovered from the skin cells under Elena's fingernails alongside Brielle's reference profile obtained after her arrest, or walking the jury through the statistical analysis that underpinned the conclusion of consistency. The partial nature of the sample meant the statistical confidence interval was broader than a full profile comparison would produce, and the analyst was transparent about this. She said the sample was insufficient for a definitive identification, but was consistent with Brielle Parker's profile and inconsistent with Elena's own profile, which ruled out self-contamination. Keene's cross-examination focused on the partial profile's limitations with technical precision and genuine effectiveness. He established that consistent with did not mean definitively from, and that the broader confidence interval meant a larger population of people could theoretically not be excluded. The analyst agreed with both of these technical points. What she did not agree with was Keene's implied suggestion that partial consistency was essentially meaningless. She said it meant something. She said it meant Elena had reached for someone and that someone was not ruled out as Brielle Parker. She said it the way scientists say things they have measured carefully and are not going to understate for the convenience of the cross-examination. Brielle's composure through the third day's testimony had been maintained with visible effort in a way that it had not required during the first 2 days. The medical examiner's description of Elena's defensive injuries had produced a brief but perceptible tightening around Brielle's eyes that Keene had noticed and that several jurors had also noticed, because jurors watch defendants during difficult testimony with the specific attention of people trying to determine whether a reaction is the reaction of someone learning something painful or someone hearing something familiar. The cell tower data had produced a longer period of stillness that sat differently from the controlled composure of the previous days. It was the stillness of someone doing rapid internal calculation rather than the stillness of someone projecting calm. The voice of Navarro as she walked Chen through the prepaid message chain had produced nothing visible from Brielle's expression, which was itself a kind of reaction because most people, guilty or innocent, respond with some visible affect to hearing a message chain that ends with a person confirming they are driving toward their own death. The exhibit that closed the day's testimony was not dramatic in its presentation, but was devastating in its content. Chen returned to the stand for a brief redirect examination during which Navarro introduced the deleted search cluster recovered from Brielle's factory reset phone, the forensic reconstruction of searches conducted in the week before Elena's death. The jury watched the list appear on the display. How long does luminol work after bleach? Can phone towers place you exactly? Juvenile murder sentence first offense. How to delete texts permanently. iPhone. Chen walked through each search term and its timestamp, noting the sequence that ran from forensic countermeasure research through legal consequence, research through evidence destruction research, all in the 7 days before a murder that involved bleach cleanup, on cell tower evidence, a juvenile defendant, and a missing victim phone. Keene objected to the cumulative presentation on the same grounds he had raised pre-trial. Judge Hart overruled him on the same grounds she had used pre-trial. The searches stayed on the display. The jury looked at them. Several of them looked at Brielle. Brielle looked at the table. The day concluded with the specific heavy silence of a room that has absorbed a great deal of information and has not yet been given the piece that ties it all together, but has begun to understand that the piece is coming, and that when it arrives, it is going to change the shape of everything that preceded it. By the time court recessed for the evening, Navarro's evidence montage had done precisely what she had designed it to do. But it had built a wall of circumstantial evidence so consistent in its direction and so mutually reinforcing in its structure that the defense's strategy of attacking each piece individually was beginning to look less like reasonable doubt and more like a person trying to push water uphill. No single piece was definitive. Every piece pointed the same way. The jury had been given the physical story and the digital story and the forensic story, and all three stories had the same ending. What they had not yet been given was the story in Brielle's own words, written before the meeting, preserved by the cloud she had forgotten, delivered by the sister she had assumed would stay silent. That story was scheduled for tomorrow. And in the parking lot outside the courthouse, as jurors walked to their cars and reporters filed their evening summaries and the Torres family drove home in silence, Madison Parker sat in her car for 10 minutes before starting the engine, looking at her hands on the steering wheel and thinking about the voice memo playing in a quiet courtroom the following morning, and about the 9 seconds that were going to take everything Brielle had built and leave nothing standing. The fourth day of trial opened with a particular stillness that everyone in courtroom 4 seemed to feel simultaneously, the way weather changes before rain arrives. A shift in atmospheric pressure that has no single visible cause but produces a collective physical awareness that something is about to happen that cannot be undone. The gallery was fuller than it had been on any previous day, our word having spread through the community and the press corps that the prosecution's most significant witness was scheduled to testify. The Torres family was in their seats before the courtroom opened to the public, having arrived early enough that the building was still largely empty when they walked in, as if they needed time to settle into the space before it filled with other people's presence. Sophia had Elena's photograph with her as always, but she held it differently today. Face down on her knee, pressed flat with her palm, as if protecting it from what was about to be said in the same room. Belle sat with her hands folded and her eyes on the witness stand with the concentrated stillness of someone who has been waiting for this specific moment for 7 months and is determined to receive it with the full attention it deserves. Brielle entered through the side door and took her seat with the same controlled composure she had maintained through the preceding days, but something had shifted in the quality of it overnight. The composure was still there, but it required more visible maintenance than before, like a structure that is technically sound but has begun to show the effort of holding itself together. She sat down, folded her hands, looked toward the front of the room. Then she looked toward the back of the room, toward the witness corridor, in a brief scanning motion that she corrected immediately by returning her gaze to the defense table. Keene noticed it and did not react. The jury was not yet seated, but several gallery observers noticed the glance, and at least one reporter made a note that Brielle had looked toward the back of the room before the proceedings began, as if checking whether someone was there. Someone was there. Madison was seated in the witness waiting area outside the courtroom doors in a plastic chair against the wall, with her hands folded in her lap and her eyes on the floor, waiting for her name to be called into the room where everything she had decided over the past 7 months was going to become permanent record. Judge Hart opened the session with the jury instruction reminders appropriate to the day's anticipated testimony. The jury was reminded of the distinction between a witness's credibility and their relationship to the parties, and that evidence recovered by a family member was subject to the same standards of authentication and relevance as evidence recovered by any other party. The instruction was neutral and procedurally appropriate and was also a precise preview of the battle Keene intended to fight during cross-examination, because the instruction itself acknowledged that the jury would need to grapple with Madison's position in the family and what that position meant for the weight they assigned her testimony. Navarro listened to the instruction with her hands flat on the table in front of her, the posture of someone entirely prepared for what was coming. Keene listened with a pen turning slowly between his fingers, the posture of someone running through scenarios in real time and selecting the most viable one. Navarro called Madison Parker to the stand, And the room watched the courtroom door open, and Madison walked through it. She was 22 years old, and she moved with the particular quality of someone who has made a decision they know is right and are no longer afraid of. Not because the decision is easy, but because the alternative has become impossible. She wore a plain dark blazer over a white shirt, her hair pulled back simply, no jewelry beyond small stud earrings. She looked like what she was, a young woman who had come to a courtroom to tell the truth about her family, because the truth had earned the right to be heard. She passed the defense table without looking at Belle, not with visible effort, but with the natural avoidance of someone who has already said everything they need to say to that person privately and has nothing left to direct in that direction. So she took the oath, sat down, folded her hands on the railing in front of her, and looked at Navarro with the readiness of someone who has been waiting to begin. Navarro began with the foundation questions that established Madison's background, her relationship to Belle, her technical familiarity with the household cloud system, and the circumstances under which she had originally set up the shared account years earlier. Madison answered each question with clean, direct accuracy, the way someone answers questions about facts they know completely rather than facts they are trying to present strategically. She described setting up the cloud account when the family had gotten a new internet plan, linking it to the household tablet as a shared backup for family photographs and documents, and logging Belle's personal account into the tablet during a period when Belle's own phone storage had become full and she needed temporary access to a larger sync capacity. She explained that she had never logged Belle's account out of the tablet afterward because it had not seemed important at the time, because the tablet lived in a kitchen drawer and was used infrequently, and there was no reason to think that its continued authentication to Belle's account would ever matter to anyone. There had been no reason to think that until there was every reason to think it. She described the evening she found the files with the specific, unhurried detail of someone who has lived the memory enough times that it has settled into the kind of clarity that does not require embellishment. She had been looking for family photographs for the character reference submission. She had opened the photo folder, begun scrolling, and noticed that the recently deleted section had a refresh timestamp from 6 days earlier, which was unusual for a device that had been sitting unused in a kitchen drawer. She had tapped the folder expecting to find accidentally deleted photos and had found something else. She described opening the first note and reading it, and the specific experience of recognizing Belle's shorthand while simultaneously not wanting to recognize what the shorthand said. She described the draft message and the way seeing it in draft form made the reality of it different from what she had understood when Elena had mentioned receiving an apology text from Belle. It transformed a private communication between two people into a script, a tool, something designed rather than felt. She described closing the application and opening it again 3 times as if repetition might change the content. She did not describe the voice memo yet. Navarro built toward it with the patience of someone who understands that the order in which things are revealed determines how they are understood, and she wanted the jury fully inside the architecture of the planning evidence before they heard the voice that had produced it. She asked Madison about the pre-trial hearing she had attended after finding the files, or about watching Belle during Maribel Torres's victim rights statement, about the specific moment that had resolved her remaining uncertainty. Madison described it without drama. She said she had watched Belle's expression shift during Maribel's statement into something that was not grief and not discomfort, something lighter. She said she had sat in the gallery and understood in that moment that she had been waiting for remorse that was never coming, and that waiting for it any longer was not loyalty, but permission. She said the word permission carefully, as if she had chosen it from a larger vocabulary and was certain it was the right one. The courtroom was very quiet. Several jurors had stopped writing. Then Navarro introduced the files. The deleted note appeared on the display first. Meet E alone. No phones. Wipe handle. Dump after. Don't let her make me look stupid. The jury read it. The gallery read it. Belle Torres read it and closed her eyes briefly before opening them and continuing to look at the display with the steady, painful attention of a mother receiving the full picture of what had been done to her child and by whom, and with what degree of advance consideration. Madison confirmed the shorthand as consistent with Brielle's established writing pattern, and confirmed the name E as the designation Belle had always used for Elena in informal written communication, a habit documented across multiple recovered messages in the case record. The draft apology message appeared next, and the jury saw it alongside the message Elena had received from the prepaid number, on with the near-identical phrasing displayed in parallel columns that left no meaningful space for the coincidence argument. Keene objected to the parallel display format as prejudicial. Judge Hart allowed it as demonstrative evidence with appropriate instruction. The search history fragments came next, appearing in the same timestamp sequence Chen had presented the day before, but now in the context of the note and the draft message, which transformed them from a disturbing curiosity into a coherent preparation record. Someone who had written a note about wiping a handle and dumping something after had also searched how long luminol worked after bleach. Someone who had drafted a lure message had also searched whether phone towers could place a person exactly. On someone who had planned a meeting at a remote location had also researched juvenile murder sentences. The sequence on the display was not argument. It was chronology, and chronology in a premeditation case is its own form of testimony, requiring no editorial enhancement to say what it means. Navarro let it sit on the display for a full minute, which in a courtroom is a long time, and in that minute the jury did what juries do when they are given information and space simultaneously. They connected it. Then Navarro said she was going to play the voice memo, and the room underwent the specific atmospheric change that precedes moments everyone present understands are irreversible. The court technician confirmed the audio system was active. Navarro nodded. The recording began. 9 seconds. Brielle's voice, low and slightly excited, while carrying the particular quality of someone speaking privately to themselves in a moment of anticipation. She's still coming. She thinks we're talking. After tonight, she won't get to ruin anything. 9 seconds, and then silence. The silence that followed was longer than 9 seconds and heavier than anything else that had been said in that room across 4 days of testimony. Sophia pressed Elena's photograph against her chest with both hands. Belle sat perfectly still in the way of someone absorbing a physical impact. Roberto looked at the floor for a moment and then raised his eyes and looked directly at Brielle with an expression that contained no violence and no theatrics, only the complete, devastating clarity of a father who has just heard the last evidence he will ever need about who ended his daughter's life and why. Brielle had turned her head slightly to the left when the recording began, as if the sound were coming from a direction she could orient herself away from. By the time the 9 seconds ended, she had turned back toward the front of the room, and her expression had undergone the most significant change it had produced across the entire trial. The composure was still technically present, the hands were still folded, the posture was still controlled, but the specific quality that had inhabited it, that underlying confidence that the room was manageable and the performance was working and the outcome was navigable, was gone. In its place was something that sat closer to the actual experience of consequences, or the first genuine encounter with the weight of what was now permanently in the record and permanently in the room and permanently in the awareness of 12 people who would carry it with them into deliberations. Brielle looked like someone who has just understood that the thing they thought they had made disappear has been in the room with everyone the entire time. Keene put his hand briefly on her arm in the way of an attorney managing a client who is on the edge of losing their composure in a way that will not serve them. Brielle did not respond to the touch. She stared at the front of the room. Keene's cross-examination of Madison began after a 5-minute recess that Judge Hart called at Navarro's request following the playing of the recording. an understanding that the room needed a moment to resettle before adversarial questioning began. Keene approached the cross with the professionalism of an attorney who knows that attacking this witness directly is more dangerous than attacking the evidence she carried, and so he focused his questions on the technical and procedural aspects of the discovery rather than on Madison's character or motivation. He established that Madison had not immediately reported the files to police upon finding them, that she had retained the tablet and its contents for several days before contacting the prosecution, and that she was Brielle's sibling and therefore a party with a familial relationship to the case. He suggested that the delay in reporting could indicate uncertainty about the files' meaning or deliberation about how to use them, or a period during which the files could theoretically have been altered. Madison answered each suggestion with the same clean, direct accuracy she had brought to direct examination. She had delayed because she had needed to be certain. She had needed to be certain because she had understood that once she came forward, there was no taking it back. She had spent those days looking for an alternative explanation and had not found one. She had not altered the files because she had been meticulous about chain of custody from the moment she understood what she was holding, which was why she had downloaded forensic backup software before exporting anything. Keene then attempted the motivation angle, suggesting that family dynamics, prior conflict between the sisters, or a desire to distinguish herself from Brielle's situation might have influenced Madison's interpretation of ambiguous content. Madison listened to the question with the patience of someone who expected it and had prepared for it, not by rehearsing a defensive response, but by thinking carefully enough about the honest answer that the honest answer was simply available. She said there was no prior conflict between herself and Brielle that was relevant to what the files contained. She said the files were not ambiguous in ways that required interpretation. A note with instructions, a draft matching a known lure message, and a voice memo recorded during the approach to a crime scene were not ambiguous materials whose meaning depended on familial motivation. She said she had not wanted to find what she found and had not gone looking for it and had spent several days wishing she had not found it. And then she said the line that Navarro had written down in their preparation sessions and had known would land exactly as it landed. She said, "My sister destroyed herself. I just refused to hide it." The courtroom absorbed it. Keene paused for a moment that was a fraction too long before moving to his next question, and in that fraction the jury saw an attorney who had just run into a wall he had not fully calculated for and was deciding how to proceed from the other side of it. The redirect examination was brief because Navarro needed only to re-establish the authentication chain and the forensic verification of the independent extraction, reminding the jury that every technical challenge Keene had raised during cross had been answered not by Madison's account alone, but by the independent forensic analysis that had confirmed every element of the authenticity argument without Madison's involvement. The files were what they appeared to be. The metadata was genuine. The voice in the recording was Brielle's. These facts did not depend on Madison's motivation or her family relationship or her decision-making timeline. They depended on the cloud server's automatic preservation of content that had been deleted from a device whose account had never been logged out. Madison stepped down from the witness stand at 11:47 in the morning and walked back through the courtroom toward the corridor doors without looking at the defense table. Brielle watched her walk the entire length of the room. When Madison reached the doors and pushed through them without turning back, Brielle turned to face the front of the courtroom again and sat with her hands still folded and her expression still technically controlled and the specific, naked understanding in her eyes that the performance had reached the boundary of what performance could do, and that the boundary was here, and that everything on the other side of it was consequence. The day after Madison's testimony produced a shift in the courtroom atmosphere that was palpable before a single word was spoken. It was the shift that occurs when the central question of a trial has been answered, and the proceedings that follow are managing the implications of that answer rather than pursuing the answer itself. Keene understood this better than anyone in the room, and had spent the night working through every available strategic option with the focused desperation of an attorney who has just watched his primary defense architecture sustain a direct hit, and is now deciding which secondary structures are still load-bearing. His options had narrowed considerably. The authentication challenge to the tablet evidence had failed in practical terms, because the independent forensic extraction had produced findings identical to Madison's own backup, and presenting the family motivation argument to a jury that had just watched Madison describe spending days looking for an alternative explanation before concluding there was none, was a diminishing return. What Keene had left was the interpretation argument, the possibility that the files, taken individually and in context, could mean something other than what the prosecution said they meant, and the argument that even if the jury believed everything they had heard, the state had not met the specific legal standard for first-degree murder, because the evidence of planning, while suggestive, was not conclusive about Brielle's intent at the precise moment of Elena's death. The prosecution spent the morning session completing its evidence presentation with 3 additional witnesses whose testimony was designed to close the remaining gaps in the physical and digital case. The first was the FBI fiber analysis specialist who had conducted the manufacturing signature comparison between the thread from Elena's bumper and the thread from Brielle's trunk groove. She presented her methodology with the specific technical authority of someone whose work had been peer-reviewed and whose conclusions had survived prior legal challenge in other jurisdictions, anticipating and preemptively addressing the methodological objections Keene had raised in his pretrial motion. She explained that manufacturing signature matching in textile forensics was not a new methodology and had been applied in evidentiary contexts across multiple federal and state jurisdictions with consistent reliability. She explained that the specific combination of fiber type, pile weight, die batch characteristics, and loop density that matched between the 2 samples was not a common combination, and that the probability of 2 separate garments sharing all 4 characteristics from different manufacturing sources was statistically negligible. Keene's cross-focused on the word negligible rather than impossible, and the specialist agreed that negligible and impossible were not synonyms while maintaining that the distinction between them did not change the forensic significance of the finding. The second witness was a forensic accountant who had been brought in to trace the cash transaction history surrounding the prepaid phone purchase. On establishing through ATM withdrawal records subpoenaed from the Parker family's bank account that a cash withdrawal consistent with the purchase price of a prepaid SIM kit had been made from an account accessible to Brielle 2 days before the store surveillance captured the purchase. The withdrawal amount was not large and was not by itself evidence of anything beyond a cash transaction, but in the context of the overall evidence sequence, it functioned as one more thread in the same direction, closing one of the gaps the defense had pointed to in its opening statement about the impossibility of definitively connecting Brielle to the prepaid numbers acquisition. Keene objected to the withdrawal's relevance on the grounds that shared account access meant the transaction could have been made by any family member. Judge Hart overruled the objection and allowed the evidence with an instruction to the jury about the limited nature of the inference available from shared account access. The jury noted it with the patient attention of people who have been receiving incremental pieces for several days and understand that incrementalism is the architecture of this particular case. The third witness of the morning was a behavioral communication specialist whose testimony focused on the linguistic analysis of the lure message Brielle had sent from the prepaid number compared to Brielle's documented writing style across her personal social media and message history. The specialist identified 11 specific linguistic markers that appeared consistently across Brielle's personal communications and appeared in the lure message. Not just the misspelling of definitely that Sophia had noticed in the anonymous harassment accounts, but a specific pattern of clause construction, a habit of using the word just as a softener before requests, a tendency to end apologetic messages with a question that restored agency to the sender rather than the recipient. The specialist was careful to frame the analysis as consistent with authorship rather than definitively proving authorship, which was the appropriate framing for linguistic analysis under current evidentiary standards. But 11 consistent markers in a message sent from a prepaid phone purchased with cash 4 days after Elena's warning was not a coincidence argument that survived contact with the rest of the evidence. Keene's cross was professional and technically sound and ultimately insufficient because the linguistic analysis was not the foundation of the prosecution's case. It was the final layer of a foundation that had been built from cell data and fiber analysis and DNA consistency and a voice memo that was still echoing in the jury's memory from the previous day. Navarro rested the prosecution's case at 2:15 in the afternoon, and the courtroom underwent the specific procedural transition that precedes the defense's presentation: a recess, a brief conference at the bench, and then the return of a room that has just absorbed an enormous amount of information and is now preparing to hear the other side of it. Keene's defense case was structured around 3 witnesses and the possibility, still undecided as of the previous evening, of putting Belle on the stand. His expert witness on cell tower data testified first, presenting a technical analysis that challenged the geographic precision claimed in the prosecution's presentation and offered a broader confidence interval for the device location data than the state's analyst had described. The testimony was competent, and the cross-examination by Navarro was pointed. She established that the defense expert's broader confidence interval still placed Belle's device outside the home tower coverage area during the critical window, meaning that even under the most favorable interpretation of the data, her phone was not where she had claimed to be. The expert acknowledged this and explained that the data was simply insufficient to place the device anywhere with precision. Navarro said that was fine and asked whether the data was sufficient to exclude the reservoir corridor. The expert said no, it was not sufficient to exclude it. Navarro thanked him and sat down. Keene's second defense witness was a forensic chemist who testified about the limitations of fiber evidence in cases involving shared environments, explaining the mechanisms of secondary and tertiary transfer, and the documented cases in the literature where fiber matches between a crime scene and a suspect's vehicle had been explained by innocent contact rather than direct physical involvement. The testimony was technically sound and genuinely useful for the defense because it introduced a credible alternative mechanism for the fiber evidence that did not require the jury to disbelieve the fiber analysis itself. It asked them instead to consider whether the analysis, accurate as it might be, was sufficient to prove what the prosecution claimed it proved. Navarro's cross established that the secondary transfer argument required identifying a specific shared environment where both Elena's vehicle and Belle's vehicle had been in contact with the same white fleece garment, and asked the defense expert whether any such environment had been identified in the case record. The expert said none had been identified. Navarro asked whether the absence of an identified shared environment weakened the secondary transfer argument. The expert said carefully that absence of identification was not the same as absence of the environment. Navarro agreed and asked whether, in the absence of any identified alternative explanation, the fiber match remained the most straightforward forensic interpretation of the shared evidence. The expert paused and then said yes. The question of Belle's testimony had been the central strategic uncertainty of the defense preparation, and Keene had wrestled with it through every stage of the trial with the increasing awareness that the calculus was shifting in ways that were not favorable to putting her on the stand. Before Madison's testimony, the balance had been genuinely uncertain. Belle was articulate, physically sympathetic, and capable of performing the appropriate emotional register for a jury audience. And there was a version of her testimony that could have introduced genuine doubt about intent even in the face of the physical evidence. After Madison's testimony and the playing of the voice memo, that version had become much harder to sustain. Belle would now take the stand, not just in the context of a circumstantial physical case, but in the context of a recording in which she had described Elena as a problem to be solved on the evening she died. And the cross-examination Navarro had prepared for that scenario was a thing Keene had reviewed in his preparation materials and had decided he did not want to watch happen in front of this jury if there was any alternative. There was one alternative, which was not putting Belle on the stand at all and relying entirely on the reasonable doubt argument in closing. Keene chose it. And when he announced to Judge Hart that the defense would not be calling the defendant to testify, the gallery produced a collective murmur that Judge Hart silenced with a single look. Belle sat at the defense table and did not react visibly to the announcement, which was itself a kind of reaction. Most defendants who have maintained their innocence throughout a trial and have just heard their attorney decline to let them speak in their own defense produce some visible response to that decision, whether relief or disappointment or the specific anxiety of someone who wants to speak and has been told not to. Belle produced none of these things. She sat still and looked at the table, and the stillness had the quality of someone who has run out of moves and is waiting to see what the board looks like when the other player finishes their turn. The closing arguments began on the fifth day and were the final opportunity for both sides to organize everything the jury had received into the narrative architecture that would travel into the deliberation room with them. Navarro went first, and her closing was the closing she had been building toward since the moment Romero had sat across from her with a 2-hour briefing and a case that was strong but not yet unbreakable. It was now unbreakable, and she presented it with the quiet confidence of someone who knows that the truth has been fully told and needs only to be assembled into its final form. She walked the jury through the evidence in the sequence she had always intended: Elena's world, Elena's documentation, the warning that had made her dangerous to Belle, the prepaid phone and the manufactured apology, the surveillance corridor and the cell data, the physical evidence at the scene and in the vehicle, the search history and the fiber analysis and the DNA consistency, and then the tablet, the note, the draft, and the 9 seconds that had put Belle's voice in the room describing Elena's death as something that was still coming and was going to solve a problem. She did not ask the jury to feel anything specific. She asked them to follow the evidence to where it led and to call what they found by its correct name. She ended her closing with a statement that addressed the defense's primary remaining argument, that the evidence, while substantial, was still circumstantial, and that circumstantial cases required a higher standard of moral certainty before taking a 17-year-old's future. She said that circumstantial evidence was not inferior evidence. She said that some of the most reliable evidence in any case was circumstantial because it could not be recanted or coached or performed. It simply existed in the form of fibers and timestamps and cloud sync logs and the specific voice of a 17-year-old girl describing a 19-year-old's approach as an opportunity rather than a person. She said the defendant's age had been raised repeatedly as a reason for caution, and she asked the jury to consider that Elena Torres had also been young. Younger in the way that mattered most, because 19 had been everything Elena was ever going to be. She said the jury did not owe youth to the person who had used youth as a costume. She thanked them for their attention and sat down. Keene's closing was the best version of the argument available given the evidence the jury had received, which meant it was technically accomplished and emotionally genuine, and ultimately insufficient. He asked the jury to be rigorous rather than emotional, to separate what felt true from what had been proven, to resist the pull of a narrative so coherent and so emotionally satisfying that it could crowd out the specific legal standard they were bound to apply. He said the voice memo was disturbing but not a confession. It described a meeting, not a murder, and dark thoughts recorded in anticipation of a difficult conversation were not evidence of planned homicide. He said the note was written in shorthand that could be interpreted multiple ways. He said the fiber evidence had an alternative mechanism. He said the cell data had acknowledged limitations. He said partial DNA consistency was not identification. He built the reasonable doubt argument from every piece he had, and he built it as well as it could be built, and he delivered it with the commitment of an attorney who believes that every defendant deserves the best available defense regardless of what the evidence suggests about their guilt. When he finished and sat down, the gallery was quiet in the specific way of a room that has listened carefully to an argument and has found it wanting. The jury filed out to begin deliberations at 3:47 in the afternoon. Brielle was returned to holding. The Torres family gathered in the victim witness room with coffee they did not drink and the particular suspended quality of people waiting for something they need desperately but cannot control. Madison sat in her car in the parking lot for 40 minutes before driving home to sit alone in a house that was no longer the house she had grown up in. Not because the walls had changed, but because everything inside them had been reorganized by 7 months of truth that the family had not been willing to hold together. She did not eat dinner. She sat at the kitchen table where she had first found the tablet evidence and looked at the surface in front of her and thought about Elena Torres bringing home pastries because she hated waste, and about the note that had been sitting in a cloud backup describing her as a problem to be managed, and about the 9 seconds of audio that had played in a courtroom and changed the direction of everything. She thought about what it meant that the truth had survived. She thought about what it had cost for it to survive. And she sat in the quiet kitchen and waited for the verdict that everyone who had been paying attention already knew was coming. The jury deliberated for 11 hours across 2 days, and which was long enough to honor the weight of the decision and short enough to suggest that the deliberations had been substantive rather than divided. The Torres family spent those hours in the particular suspended state of people who have been waiting for something for so long that the final waiting feels different from all the waiting that preceded it. More concentrated, more fragile, carrying the specific anxiety of a conclusion that is close enough to feel, but not yet close enough to hold. Mary Belle did not sleep well on the night between deliberation days. She told Roberto at 2 a.m. that she kept hearing Elena's voice in the kitchen the way she always heard it, asking for something ordinary, the location of the good scissors, whether there was more coffee, but what time dinner was, and that the ordinariness of the voice was what made the silence around it so absolute. Roberto held her hand in the dark and did not say anything because there was nothing to say that would make the waiting shorter or the silence smaller, and he had learned in 7 months of loss that the most honest thing a person can do in the presence of grief that cannot be fixed is simply to stay present with it and not pretend that presence is the same as solution. Madison spent the deliberation period alone, which was both a choice and a consequence. The Parker household had not been a place she could return to in the days following her testimony. Not because she had been formally asked to leave, but because the atmosphere that greeted her there after she stepped off the witness stand and walked out of the courtroom had communicated with complete clarity that the family she had grown up in had reorganized itself around her absence rather than her presence. Gerald had not spoken to her directly since the day she had come to him and Diane with the tablet. Diane had called twice during the trial week, both times leaving messages that said she loved Madison and could not understand what she had done, which Madison recognized as 2 statements that were both true and that did not require reconciliation because love and understanding have never been the same thing. She returned neither call during the trial. She sat in her apartment in the evenings and read or tried to read and thought about Brielle in the specific way you think about someone you have known your entire life and have just helped send to prison, not with satisfaction, not with guilt exactly, but with the complicated weight of a decision that was right and irreversible and costly in ways that would take years to fully inventory. The verdict notification arrived on the second afternoon of deliberations, delivered through the court system's standard communication channels to all parties simultaneously, producing the particular organized scramble of a courthouse that has been waiting at low alert and must now transition immediately to full attention. The Torres family was brought from the victim witness room to the courtroom gallery by the victim witness coordinator, who had been with them through every stage of the case and who understood that her job in this moment was less about information and more about physical proximity, simply being beside people who needed someone beside them. They settled into their seats with the careful economy of movement of people who are conserving everything for what was about to happen. Belle straightened her blouse. Roberto placed his hand over hers on the armrest. Sophia put Elena's photograph on her knee, face up this time, as if she wanted Elena to see the room when the verdict came. Belle was brought in through the side door and guided to the defense table. The change in her appearance across the trial's duration was visible to anyone who had been watching consistently. Not dramatic, not collapsed, but measurable in the specific way that sustained legal pressure and the progressive dismantling of a performance architecture produce visible change in a person's physical bearing. She was still composed in the technical sense, but the composition had lost the underlying confidence that had animated it through the pretrial period and the trial's early days. She sat down, and Keene leaned toward her and said something brief that she did not appear to fully register, because her eyes were moving across the room in the scanning way of someone taking inventory of a situation they can no longer control. She did not look toward the back of the gallery. Madison was not there. Madison had chosen not to attend the verdict, understanding that her presence in the room at that moment served no purpose that required her to be present for it, and that some endings are better received from a distance that allows you to feel them without performing your feeling for an audience. Judge Hart entered at 2:43, and the room came to its feet with the reflexive respect that judicial authority commands, then settled back into seated silence as she took her position at the bench. She looked at both counsel tables, looked at the jury box, which was momentarily empty, and then called for the jury to be brought in. They filed in through the side door, in the order they had occupied their seats throughout the trial, settling into the box with the specific gravity of people who have been carrying something heavy and are about to set it down in the place it belongs. Several of them looked at Elena's family as they entered. Several looked at Belle. The foreperson, juror number 4, a civil engineer in her mid-50s who had asked the most technically precise questions during jury selection and had been taking the most organized notes throughout the trial, held a folded document in her hands with the careful neutrality of someone who knows what is inside it and has already made peace with it. Judge Hart asked the foreperson whether the jury had reached a verdict on all counts. The foreperson said yes. Judge Hart asked her to deliver the verdict. So the foreperson unfolded the document and looked at it for a moment. Not because she needed to consult it, because she knew what it said, but because the act of looking at a document before reading it aloud is one of those small human gestures that marks the difference between ordinary speech and consequential speech. She looked up and said clearly and without hesitation that on the charge of first-degree murder in the death of Elena Marie Torres, the jury found the defendant, Belle Annette Parker, guilty. She said that on the charge of tampering with physical evidence, the jury found the defendant guilty. She said that on the charge of using electronic means to facilitate the luring of a victim, the jury found the defendant guilty. 3 counts, 3 guilty verdicts. Delivered in the measured, a civic voice of someone performing one of the most serious acts available to a private citizen in a democratic system. Belle made a sound that was not quite a cry and not quite a word, something that lived between the two, the specific vocalization of a mother who has been holding a specific breath for 7 months and has just been given permission to release it. She pressed her hand over her mouth immediately after, containing whatever was coming next, because she was Belle Torres, and she had decided at some point during the long months of this case that she was going to receive justice with the dignity Elena deserved, and she was going to hold to that decision even when her body wanted to do something else. Roberto bent his head forward and was still for a long moment, and when he raised it, his eyes were wet, but his expression was the expression of someone who has just had a weight removed from a place that had stopped registering it as weight because it had been there so long. Sophia looked at Elena's photograph in her lap and held it against her chest with both arms wrapped around it. Not crying, just holding. The way you hold something you cannot give back to the person it belongs to, but can refuse to let go of on their behalf. Belle closed her eyes when the first guilty verdict was read and kept them closed through the second and the third. She did not cry, and she did not speak, and she did not make a sound. She sat with her eyes closed and her hands still folded on the table in front of her, and the specific stillness of someone who has arrived at the place they planned and strategized and performed and maneuvered to avoid and has arrived there anyway, and is in the first seconds of understanding what it means to have the future they had assumed was manageable become the future that has been decided for them. Keene put his hand on her arm. She opened her eyes. She looked at the front of the room. The smirk that had opened the story was gone, replaced by an expression that had no performance left in it, only the plain, unadorned reality of a person who has run out of moves and is sitting in the consequence of all the ones they made. Sentencing was scheduled for 3 weeks following the verdict, allowing time for the presentencing report and the formal victim impact statements that would be entered into the record before Judge Hart delivered her ruling. Those 3 weeks moved differently for everyone involved. For the Torres family, they moved with the particular quality of time that has been given a destination. Still difficult, still full of Elena's absence in every ordinary moment, but oriented now toward something rather than suspended in the uncertainty that had preceded the verdict. Belle began working on her impact statement the day after the verdict, sitting at the kitchen table where Elena used to help Sophia with algebra, writing in a notebook with the careful attention of someone who wants to say something true rather than something dramatic. Roberto went back to work and told his supervisor that he needed to leave early on the sentencing day, and his supervisor said of course, and did not ask him to explain. Sophia worked on her statement at the same table as Belle, sometimes at the same time, 2 women of different ages, processing the same loss through the same act of putting words in order, occasionally reading each other's sentences and making quiet suggestions. The sentencing hearing was held on a Thursday morning 3 weeks after the verdict. The courtroom had the different atmosphere of a proceeding whose outcome is known. Not the tension of uncertainty, but the gravity of formality. The recognition that what happens here is the final official act in a case that has already been decided and is now being closed. The Torres family delivered their impact statements first, as the victim rights framework prescribed. Belle spoke for 7 minutes about Elena. Not about Belle, not about the crime in forensic terms, but about Elena. She described the specific quality of losing someone who was the temperature regulator of a family's emotional ecosystem, and what happens to the temperature when that person is gone. She described waking up still expecting to hear the early morning sounds of Elena getting ready for a bakery shift, and the specific secondary grief of the moment when she remembered. She described the scholarship fund the family was establishing in Elena's name for young women entering nursing programs, because Elena had been moving toward nursing and had not been allowed to arrive. And the fund was the family's way of making sure the direction she had been moving in continued in the world without her. Roberto spoke for 4 minutes with the contained force of a man who has organized everything he needs to say into its most essential form because he does not trust himself to speak for longer without losing the composure he has promised himself he will maintain. He said Elena had been the family member who noticed things. He said she had noticed when Sophia was struggling before anyone else did, and she had noticed when something was wrong and had tried to address it the way she addressed everything, directly, with documentation, with the conviction that named problems could be managed. He said her conviction had been right about everything, except the assumption that the person she was managing it with was operating within the same basic moral framework as the rest of the human beings Elena had known. He said he hoped the court understood that what had been lost was not just a daughter, but a particular quality of attention that could not be replaced. Sophia spoke last among the family and addressed Belle directly for the first time since the trial began, which the courtroom registered as a significant choice because Sophia had maintained a disciplined avoidance of direct address throughout the proceedings, looking at the jury and the evidence and the witness stand, but never at the person at the defense table. She looked at Belle now and said that Elena had gone to the reservoir that Friday evening to protect her. She said she had known this from the moment the investigation revealed why Elena had agreed to the meeting, and that she had spent 7 months carrying the specific weight of being the reason her sister had walked into a trap. She said she was not going to carry it anymore because Elena had not gone to protect her out of obligation or sacrifice. She had gone because that was who Elena was, and who Elena was had nothing to do with anything Belle had done and everything to do with a quality of character that Belle had correctly identified as a threat to her own comfortable arrangements and had tried to permanently silence. She said Belle had not silenced Elena. She had only silenced her voice. Elena's attention, her documentation, her refusal to let cruelty go unnamed, all of that was still in the room, in the evidence record, in the verdict, in the scholarship fund, in everything that had been built from the truth she had tried to preserve before she ran out of time to preserve herself. Judge Hart's sentencing remarks were preceded by the presentencing report summary, which documented Belle's background, the nature of the offenses, the applicable sentencing guidelines for a juvenile convicted of first-degree murder in the jurisdiction, and the factors in aggravation and mitigation that the court was required to weigh. The report was thorough, and the reading of its summary took 15 minutes. When it concluded, Judge Hart removed her glasses and looked at Belle for a long moment before she began speaking. She said she had presided over many difficult cases in 22 years on the bench, and that the elements that made this one particularly difficult were not the legal complexities, but the human ones, specifically the combination of a victim who had done everything right and a defendant who had done everything deliberately. She said she had considered Belle's age carefully and at length, as the law required and as basic humanity demanded, because 17 was young and youth carried with it the recognized capacity for change and the recognized limitation of fully developed moral reasoning. She said that consideration of youth, however genuine, had to be weighed against the specific nature of the planning documented in the evidence record. The days of preparation, the researched countermeasures, the scripted lure, the deliberate isolation of the victim, the post-crime cleanup that demonstrated awareness of consequence rather than the disorientation of someone who had acted without forethought. She said the evidence of planning was among the most thorough she had seen in a juvenile case in her career, and that thoroughness spoke to a level of intentionality that the sentencing framework could not ignore without failing its own standards. She then looked directly at Belle and delivered the line that had been forming in her judicial awareness since the morning she had watched Belle lean back in her chair during Maribel Torres's impact statement and produce a small sound of contempt for a mother's grief. She said, "Your age explains your immaturity. It does not excuse your cruelty, your planning, or your laughter in the face of a family you shattered." The sentence was life with the possibility of parole review after 40 years for first-degree murder, plus a consecutive term of 8 years for tampering with evidence and 6 years for electronic facilitation of a crime against a person, to be served concurrently with each other but consecutively to the murder sentence. Judge Hart noted explicitly that parole eligibility after 40 years was not release, was not a guarantee of anything beyond the opportunity for review, and that the review process would require a demonstration of genuine rehabilitation that would be assessed by standards far more demanding than the performance of appropriate emotion that the defendant had demonstrated an aptitude for throughout these proceedings. She said the court had watched the defendant carefully during every proceeding and had noted the difference between performed remorse and genuine accountability, and that the sentencing structure reflected the court's assessment of that difference. She said she hoped, and she used the word hope with the specific weight of someone who does not use it lightly in professional contexts, that the defendant would spend the years ahead coming to understand the difference as well. Belle cried when the sentence was delivered. They were the first tears she had produced in the courtroom that were not calibrated to a specific strategic moment, the first response that appeared to come from the actual experience of something rather than the performance of an appropriate reaction to it. Whether they were tears of genuine grief for Elena Torres, or grief for herself, or simply the involuntary physical response of a person confronting the specific, concrete, irreversible dimensions of a consequence they had spent months believing they could avoid, was impossible to say with certainty from the outside. What was visible was that they came too late for the room to receive them as anything other than what they were. The reaction of someone who has been told exactly how long permanence is and has found the number larger than they prepared for. Keene placed his hand on her arm again. This time she turned her face away from the gallery and toward the wall, and the gallery let her have that much, because even a verdict as complete as this one does not require its final image to be a 17-year-old's public breakdown. Only its final fact, which was already in the record, and would remain there regardless of what anyone's face did in the moments that surrounded it. The gavel came down at 11:17 in the morning. The sound it made was not dramatic. It was the ordinary sound of a wooden instrument striking a wooden surface in a room built to give that sound authority. But in the specific context of everything that had preceded it, the laugh at Maribel's grief, the deleted files, the 9-second voice memo, the cloud that remembered what Belle had tried to make disappear, and the sister who had refused to let blood outrank truth. It was the sound of a story arriving at the place it had been moving toward from the moment an evidence envelope had rested in a back row seat and waited for its owner to decide what kind of person she was going to be. And the smirk that had opened the story was gone. The sentence that closed it was 40 years before the first review, and in the front row of the gallery, Sophia Torres turned Elena's photograph face up on her knee and looked at her sister, laughing at something outside the frame, and let the gavel's echo settle around her like the specific, imperfect, necessary sound of justice finding its way to the room where it belonged. The courthouse emptied in stages after the gavel fell, the way courthouses always empty after significant verdicts. Not all at once, not with the rush of people who have somewhere urgent to be, but gradually in the specific rhythm of people who need a moment to transition from the concentrated reality of a proceeding into the ordinary world waiting outside the doors. The press moved first, filing toward the exits with the purposeful speed of people who have deadlines that do not pause for emotional processing. The gallery observers followed, some in quiet conversation, some alone, all of them carrying the particular weight of having witnessed something that would stay with them in the way that true things stay, not as a story they had consumed, but as an experience they had been present for. The Torres family did not move immediately. They sat together in the front row in the aftermath of the verdict and the sentence and the gavel, held in place by the specific gravity of a moment that had been 7 months in arriving and that they needed to inhabit fully before they were ready to step out of it and back into the world that existed on the other side of the courthouse doors. Belle was the first of the family to speak, and what she said was not directed at anyone in the room specifically, but outward into the space in front of her, in the quiet voice of someone addressing a presence that the legal proceedings had spent their entire duration acknowledging indirectly, but had never been able to fully restore. She said Elena's name, just the name, plainly, the way she had said it at the beginning of her impact statement 7 months ago in this same room, when the saying of it had been interrupted by the sound of contempt from the defense table. She said it now in the silence that followed the gavel without interruption, and the name belonged entirely to itself and to the person it had always belonged to, uncomplicated by anyone else's response to it. Roberto put his arm around her, and she leaned into him, and they stayed that way for a long moment, while Sophia sat beside them with Elena's photograph in her lap, and the quiet, exhausted expression of someone who has been strong for a very long time, and is beginning, carefully, to let herself stop. Belle was led out through the side door by the court officers who had attended the proceedings, her wrists in restraints that she wore now without the managed indifference she had performed during earlier hearings. She did not look at the gallery as she passed. She did not look at the Torres family, or at the jury box, or at the judge's bench. She looked at the floor directly in front of her feet, taking each step with the mechanical precision of someone whose entire available cognitive resource is being directed toward the simple task of moving through a room without losing whatever remained of her composure. The side door opened and closed behind her, and she was gone from courtroom 4 in the same unremarkable way she had entered it months earlier, except that the person who had entered had believed she was managing the situation, and the person who left was being managed by it, irrevocably and for a very long time. The Parker parents, seated in the gallery several rows behind where Madison would have sat, did not speak to the Torres family. They stood when Belle was taken out, and they moved toward the exit without meeting anyone's eyes. Diane with her hand on Gerald's arm, and Gerald with the expression of a man who has just watched something he cannot categorize or contain, and has decided that the categorizing and containing will have to wait until he is somewhere private enough to attempt it without an audience. Outside the courthouse, the November light was pale and thin in the way of late autumn light that has given up trying to feel like summer, and has settled into the honest cold of what it actually is. Reporters gathered at the bottom of the courthouse steps with cameras and microphones and the professional readiness of people who understand that the statements made in the 10 minutes following a verdict are the statements that travel furthest. Ada Navarro spoke briefly at the top of the steps, thanking the investigative team, acknowledging the Torres family's endurance through the proceeding and saying that the verdict reflected the jury's careful application of the evidence to the legal standard required, and that the court sentence reflected the seriousness with which the judiciary treated premeditated violence regardless of the defendant's age. She said Elena Torres had tried to protect her sister and had documented cruelty because she believed it deserved to be seen, and that the verdict was the legal system's confirmation that she had been right. She said this clearly and without excess language, and then stepped back from the microphones and was done. The Torres family emerged from the courthouse together, moving through the doors and down the steps with the close formation they had maintained throughout every public appearance since Elena's death. Belle and Roberto side by side, Sophia slightly behind and between them, the three of them occupying the same physical proximity that grief produces when it has been shared long enough to become its own form of structure. They did not stop for the reporters. The victim witness coordinator moved ahead of them, creating a path, and they followed it to the waiting car with their heads up and their pace steady, carrying Elena's photograph between them as they had carried it through every proceeding, keeping her present in every room where her absence was being addressed. When they reached the car, Belle paused before getting in and looked back at the courthouse for a moment. At the building, on the steps, the pale autumn light on the stone, with the expression of someone taking a final inventory of a place they needed to leave behind in order to go somewhere else. Then she got in the car. Roberto closed the door. Sophia slid in beside her mother, and the car pulled away from the curb, and Cedar Glen received them back. Madison had learned the verdict through her phone, sitting in her apartment with the notifications arriving in the sequence that trial watchers and court reporters produce when a decision comes in. First the general alert, then the count-by-count breakdown, then the sentence figure, each piece arriving within seconds of the others in the way that significant information moves now, instantly and completely, and without the buffer time that used to exist between an event and the moment a person learned of it. She had read each notification and then set her phone on the table and sat with her hands in her lap in the quiet of her apartment for a long time. She did not feel what she had expected to feel, which was some version of relief or resolution or the specific satisfaction of a decision validated by outcome. What she felt instead was something quieter and more complicated, a mixture of exhaustion and sorrow, and the particular variety of peace that arrives not from happiness, but from the completion of something necessary that you would have given almost anything to have not been necessary. She had made the right decision. She had known that from the moment she made it. The verdict confirmed it in the language of the law, which was the most durable language available for that kind of confirmation. But the knowledge itself had not been waiting for the confirmation. The knowledge had been sufficient from the first moment she pressed call on Navarro's number in a dark kitchen while her sister laughed at something on television upstairs. The question reporters asked her when she eventually faced them. She gave a brief statement 2 days after the verdict, outside her apartment building, having decided that silence had served its purpose, and that one clear statement was better than a long period of speculation, was how she had been able to testify against her own sister. It was the question everyone asked, framed in the way everyone framed it, as if the act required extraordinary explanation rather than simply the ordinary decision to tell the truth about a thing you know to be true. She had thought about how to answer it for 2 days, and had arrived at the answer she gave not through rehearsal, but through the same honest process she had applied to every other decision in this case. She said that the question assumed the alternative was protecting her sister, and that what she had actually been choosing between was truth and the performance of a loyalty that would have required her to pretend she did not know what she knew. She said she did not think of what she had done as testifying against Belle. She thought of it as testifying for Elena, whose family had sat in a courtroom for 7 months, waiting for the truth to be spoken aloud by someone who had access to it. She said that Elena's family should not have had to beg for the truth while hers protected a lie. She said it in the flat. A direct way she said most things, without drama or self-congratulation, and then she went back inside and closed the door, and the reporters wrote what they had heard, and what they had heard was sufficient. The digital evidence that had made the verdict possible received its own form of public attention in the weeks following the trial, as legal analysts and technology commentators discussed the case's implications for cloud data in criminal proceedings. The central forensic fact of the case, that Belle had deleted files from her phone, believing deletion meant disappearance, and without understanding that a cloud account authenticated on a household device she had borrowed and never properly logged out of had preserved everything she thought she had erased, became a reference point in discussions about the gap between what people believe about digital deletion and what actually happens to data in cloud-synced environments. Legal analysts noted that the case represented one of the cleaner examples in recent jurisprudence of premeditation evidence surviving a defendant's cleanup attempt through precisely the mechanism the defendant had failed to account for. Technology commentators noted that most people significantly overestimate the thoroughness of deletion in cloud-connected environments, and that the case illustrated why digital forensics had become one of the most consequential tools available to criminal investigators. None of this analysis restored anything to the Torres family, but it carried the case's central truth forward into contexts beyond the courtroom. The truth that deletion and disappearance are not synonyms, and that the things we believe we have made invisible are often simply waiting in a place we forgot to check. The Harlow's bakery left Elena's apron on its hook for a week after the verdict, which Patricia had not planned, but had found herself unable to bring herself to remove before that time had passed. When she finally took it down, she folded it carefully and brought it to Belle, who received it at the door of the Sycamore courthouse with the expression of someone receiving something that belongs to a person who is not there to receive it themselves. She folded it smaller and put it in a drawer in Elena's room, in the specific category of objects that are too loaded with ordinary presents to display and too important to put away entirely. The bakery hired a new morning shift employee 3 weeks later, a young woman named Carmen who had applied because she had heard about Elena's case and had been moved by the account of who Elena had been at work, the extra pens, the covered shifts, the unsold pastries brought home because she hated waste, and had felt, perhaps irrationally but genuinely, that working in the same place where Elena had worked was a way of being adjacent to a quality of character she wanted to be near. Patricia hired her without saying any of this out loud because some things are true without needing to be articulated, and some tributes are made not in words, but in the simple act of continuing what the person you are honoring would have continued. Sophia finished the school year and began the following year with the particular quality of a person who has survived something that restructured everything and is now navigating a world that looks similar to the one before, but functions on different internal principles. She kept the algebra sessions in her memory, not as a specific skill set, but as a particular feeling. The feeling of someone sitting beside you at a table late in the evening. She is staying longer than the task required, paying attention in the way that makes the person being attended to feel genuinely seen rather than merely observed. She looked for that quality in friendships, and occasionally found it, and when she found it, she recognized it immediately because she had a precise reference point for what it felt like and what it was worth. She kept Elena's photograph on her desk through the rest of the school year and into the following one. And sometimes, when she was working late on something difficult, she would look at it and feel the specific presence of someone who had believed that named problems could be managed and had lived that belief to its fullest possible expression. The photograph showed Elena laughing at something outside the frame. Sophia had never found out what Elena was laughing at in the moment the photo was taken. She had decided it did not matter. What mattered was that she had been laughing fully in the way of someone who had not yet been given a reason not to. The Elena Torres Memorial Scholarship was established formally 4 months after the verdict, funded initially by the Torres family, and expanded through contributions from the Cedar Glen community, the staff of Harlow's Bakery, Elena's community college, and a network of online supporters who had followed the case and wanted to direct their response towards something that built rather than simply memorialized. The scholarship supported young women from Cedar Glen and the surrounding area who were pursuing nursing or healthcare degrees. I'm selected on the basis of both academic promise and demonstrated commitment to patient advocacy, the specific dimension of nursing that Elena had identified as her purpose before she had been given the chance to pursue it. The first recipient was announced at a small ceremony attended by the Torres family and several of Elena's former instructors and co-workers, held in the community room of the bakery, where Elena had spent 3 years arriving early and leaving the surfaces cleaner than she found them, and bringing home what was left at the end of the day, because she believed that things which still had value should not be wasted. The recipient was a young woman who had written in her application that she had chosen nursing because she wanted to be the person who stayed in the room when it got hard. Patricia read that line aloud at the ceremony and looked at Maribel when she finished, and Maribel nodded once, slowly, in the way of someone recognizing something they already knew. Brielle Parker was transferred to a juvenile corrections facility following sentencing, with the understanding that her housing situation would be evaluated and potentially transitioned upon her 18th birthday, in accordance with the jurisdiction's procedures for juveniles convicted of serious offenses and approaching adult age. She did not speak publicly after the verdict. Keene filed the required post-conviction motions that the legal process mandated regardless of his private assessment of their merit, and those motions were handled through the standard appellate channels in the standard appellate timeline, which is measured in years rather than months, and which the Torres family had been advised to be prepared for as a practical reality of the system rather than a sign of its failure. The appellate process was ongoing at the time of this account, which is to say it was operating exactly as appellate processes operate, slowly, procedurally, without drama, in the methodical way of a system designed not for speed, but for thoroughness. Whatever its outcome, the verdict was in the record. The sentence was in the record. The 9-second voice memo was in the record. The note and the draft, and the search history, and the fiber, and the DNA, and the cell data, and Madison's testimony, and Judge Hart's sentencing remarks were all in the record, permanently and completely. In the place where things that have been proven and judged and sentenced go to remain available to anyone who needs to know what happened and why and to whom and at what cost. The final image of this story does not belong to the courtroom or the verdict or the sentence or even to the evidence that made all of those things possible. It belongs to a Friday evening on Sycamore Court in Cedar Glen, in the ordinary domestic light of a house where dinner had been eaten and dishes were being washed, and a 16-year-old was sitting on the couch with her phone, and a 19-year-old was getting her keys from the hook beside the door and saying she would be back in 20 minutes. It belongs to the porch light clicking on automatically as she stepped outside, faithful and prompt as it had always been, and doing the small, reliable thing it had always done without being asked. It belongs to Elena Torres walking toward her car in dark jeans and a navy sweater with the unhurried ease of someone who expects to return, because she always returned, because that was who she was, the one who came back, the one who stayed longer than required, the one who left the light on and brought home what was left at the end of the day, and sat at the kitchen table until the algebra was done, and then stayed for the things that were not algebra. The porch light stayed on all night and clicked off at dawn, the way it always did when the timer decided morning had arrived, faithful to its programming in the absence of the person who had last set it. It did not know she was not coming back, and it only knew what it had always known, that its job was to stay lit through the dark and let the morning come when the morning came. The cloud remembered everything Belle believed she had erased, and a sister chose truth over silence when silence would have been easier, and a judge named the cruelty by its correct name, and a family built a scholarship from the direction their daughter had been moving in before someone decided her direction was inconvenient, and a courtroom heard a 9-second voice memo that had been waiting in a recovery folder for someone with the courage to carry it into the room where it belonged. None of it brought Elena back. None of it was ever going to bring Elena back. But all of it meant that what had happened to her was not a mystery, and not a rumor, and not an open question, and not a story that ended with the person responsible walking free through a courthouse lobby while a family sat in a victim witness room drinking bad coffee and waiting for something that was not going to come. It meant that Elena Torres, who had believed that named problems could be managed and who had tried until her last possible moment to manage this one, had been right about the part that mattered most. The truth she had been moving toward had arrived. It had simply needed her sister to carry it the last part of the way. And Madison Parker, who had found the truth in a kitchen drawer on a dark Wednesday evening and had spent several days looking for a reason not to carry it, and had found no reason sufficient, had carried it all the way into a courtroom and set it down in the place where it could finally do what truth is supposed to do when it reaches the right room. Speak for the person who can no longer speak for themselves, and make sure that what they tried to say before they were silenced is the last thing left standing when everything else has been accounted for and judged and closed. The gavel had fallen. The smirk had disappeared. The truth, saved by a sister and a cloud that never forgot, was the last thing left standing. And in the weak November light outside the courthouse, the Torres family walked together toward their car, carrying Elena's photograph between them, moving forward in the only direction available, which was the direction Elena would have told them to go. If you believe justice was served, make sure others see this story. Share it with someone who needs to hear it.